tonight? My little sleepy heads. We're about to take a journey through time, back to when humans first looked up at the night sky and wondered what the heck was going on up there. I have this long and relaxing segment for you also before you pull up your blanket and adjust smoothly for the night. If you don't mind, please take a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now turn off the lights as usual and let's finally close this day off together. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, they could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day? The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by, all because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centred their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings, to put that in perspective. Without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids. They were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365.25 days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales, they were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record-keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels, and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy. The 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today, was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, more manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions. Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contain their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the sun, moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events. In spite of this basic misunderstanding, the Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful errors in the history of astronomy: the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless, he insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE. and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion that the sun, not the earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the Earth, Aristarchus proposed that the Earth rotated on its axis once daily and orbited the Sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space? Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model, because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE by comparing the angles of shadows in 2 cities on the same day and at the same time. To within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the 2 cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organisational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, Their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels, even though Europe was going through some difficult times. Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Al-Battani also observed the sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later, when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the sun, moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zij-i Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy. Theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West. In an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions, the scientific methodology of Al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail, and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for Al-Sufi to realise that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing great age of exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers, who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws, or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, they were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the Pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012, that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon, and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular. According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolizing the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilized in medieval Europe. Further north, other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, the slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, the Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognizing the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther-off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to Old World astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems, rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism, displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles, and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. De Muris determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavour that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers, using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did, observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much more advanced. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs, and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now, you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilising too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat, and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater, then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition, it was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The clean-up after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully. You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you were already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, they stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder, or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day, it was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories, and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. You know how you sometimes catch yourself embellishing a story just a little bit? Perhaps you incorporate a subtle detail to enhance its appeal during dinner parties. Well, imagine if your entire profession was built on doing exactly that, except instead of impressing your neighbours, you were fooling entire kingdoms and occasionally starting wars by accident. Welcome to the wonderfully weird world of medieval and Renaissance mapmaking, where lying wasn't just acceptable, it was practically a job requirement. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by the fireplace, maybe with a cup of something warm, while we explore one of history's most charming professional scams. Upon reflection, that's precisely the truth of the situation. For centuries, the most respected cartographers in Europe were essentially running elaborate cons, and everyone just went along with it because, frankly, nobody knew any better. You see, back in the day, and we're talking roughly from the 12th century all the way up to the 1600s, making maps was less about accuracy and more about filling up all that space on parchment. Imagine you're a mapmaker in, say, 1347. You have a beautiful piece of vellum laid out on your desk, and you possess a clear understanding of the Mediterranean's appearance, as sailors have navigated its waters for centuries. You can draw Italy with your eyes closed, and the coastline of Spain holds no mysteries. But then you get to the edges. The vast unknown awaits you. And here's where things get intriguing, because you can't just leave blank spaces. That would be admitting ignorance. Medieval professionals had about as much tolerance for admitting they didn't know something as your average teenager today. So what do? You make stuff up, and not just little stuff. We're talking about entire continents, mythical islands and creatures that would make Hollywood monster designers weep with envy. The best part, everyone expected you to do this. It wasn't considered fraud, it was considered filling in the gaps with your best educated guess, even if your education came entirely from tavern stories and fever dreams. Take the Hereford Mappa Mundi, created around 1300. This thing is gorgeous, a work of art that happens to also be a map. But if you tried to use it for navigation, you'd probably end up somewhere in the Atlantic having a chilly, very wet conversation with some very confused fish. The mapmaker included everything from the Garden of Eden, helpfully located in Asia, to various monsters scattered around Africa, because apparently medieval cartographers believed that the further you got from Europe, the more likely you were to run into something with too many heads. The funny thing is, these weren't mistakes in the way we think of them today. These were deliberate creative choices. Medieval mapmakers operated under the assumption that the world was full of wonders, and if they hadn't personally seen proof that a particular wonder didn't exist in a particular place, well, it might as well go on the map. It was really an optimistic lie. The kind of fibbing that says, sure, there might be a unicorn over there, why not? And the customers loved it. Kings and wealthy merchants didn't want boring, accurate maps. They wanted maps that told stories, maps that confirmed everything they'd heard about the exotic edges of the world. A map lacking monsters was devoid of imagination, which diminished its purpose. The quest wasn't just about filling space, though. In a world where information travelled slowly, and often became thoroughly mangled, medieval mapmakers operated. By the time a story about a distant land had travelled from explorer to trader to scholar to mapmaker, it had usually picked up so many embellishments that it bore about as much resemblance to reality as a fish story told by your uncle after his fourth beer. So as you drift off tonight, remember that somewhere in history there's a mapmaker who drew a perfectly lovely island that never existed, populated it with creatures that never lived, and convinced half of Europe that it was a real place worth visiting. And honestly, the world was probably somewhat more interesting for it. Now you might be wondering how exactly one goes about lying professionally on maps without getting fired, exiled, or fed to whatever monsters you've been drawing in the margins. The answer is surprisingly simple. You don't call it lying. You call it interpretation of available sources or synthesis of traveller accounts. It's all about the marketing, really. Medieval and Renaissance mapmakers had the technique down to an art form. They'd take a grain of truth, maybe a sailor's story about seeing land on the horizon, and grow it into a full-fledged continent complete with cities, rivers, and the occasional dragon. Think of it as the original version of making a mountain out of a molehill, except the molehill might not have existed either. The map-making process back then was part detective work, part creative writing, and part wishful thinking. You'd gather every scrap of information you could find. Ancient texts, travellers' tales, other maps, and wild guesses from people who claimed to know someone who once met a guy who sailed somewhere vaguely in that direction. Subsequently, you would arrange all the gathered information on your workbench and endeavour to make sense of it, fully aware that a significant portion was likely inaccurate and the remainder was certainly dubious. But the best part is that everyone knew how the system worked and accepted it. If everyone was aware of the joke, it wouldn't be considered fraud. Kings commissioning maps weren't expecting GPS-level accuracy. They wanted something impressive to hang on the castle wall, something that would make visiting dignitaries go ooh and ah, and maybe feel a little intimidated by the vast scope of their host's geographical knowledge. The true experts devised their own nuanced strategies to mitigate their risks. They'd include little notes in Latin that, roughly translated, meant things like, "This information comes from sources of questionable reliability," or, "Here there might be dragons, but honestly, who knows?" These disclaimers were usually written in tiny script and tucked away in corners where nobody would notice them unless they were specifically looking. One of the most famous examples of organised cartographic creativity was the island of Brazil. Not Brazil, the country. It's spelled differently and actually exists. No, we're talking about Brazil with an S, a mythical island that appeared on maps of the North Atlantic for over 500 years. It showed up on different maps in different locations, sometimes round, sometimes crescent-shaped, sometimes accompanied by smaller islands, sometimes flying solo. Mapmakers continued to include it because their peers had done so, and they felt it was important to respect established precedent. The island had a whole mythology built around it. Some claimed it was shrouded in mist and only appeared every 7 years. Others said it was inhabited by an advanced civilization that had mastered invisibility, which was certainly a convenient explanation for why nobody could ever find the place. Sailors occasionally claimed to have spotted it in the distance, but somehow it always vanished before they could get close enough to land. It's interesting how the situation unfolded. What makes this story even more amusing is that people kept mounting expeditions to find Brazil well into the 18th century. Real money changed hands. Real ships set sail. Real sailors spent real weeks searching empty ocean for an island that existed only in the collective imagination of the European map-making community. It resembled a centuries-long game of concealment, with no one bothering to acknowledge that one of the participants was purely fictional. The mapmakers themselves often seemed to understand that they were in the entertainment business as much as the information business. Their maps were gorgeous works of art, filled with elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and sea monsters that looked like they'd been designed by someone who really enjoyed their work. These maps served not only as functional documents, but also as conversation pieces, status symbols, and windows into a world that blended elements of reality and fantasy. And you know what? Maybe that wasn't such a negative thing. In an age when most people never travelled more than a few miles from where they were born, these maps offered glimpses of a larger world filled with possibilities. While most of those possibilities were entirely fictional, they ignited the imagination in a manner that purely accurate maps might not have. Sometimes an occasional creative embellishment makes life more interesting, even if it occasionally leads to disappointment when you actually try to visit the places that sounded so wonderful on paper. If you've ever wondered what happens when an entire profession decides to collectively believe in something that doesn't exist, the story of Antillia is a perfect case study. This island, which never was, never could be, and never should have been, managed to appear on maps for over 200 years, complete with detailed coastlines, inland cities, and enough backstory to fill a novel. The legend went something like this. Way back in 711 AD, when the Moors conquered Spain, 7 bishops fled across the Atlantic with their congregations and founded 7 cities on a mysterious island. These bishops, being resourceful types, supposedly built a thriving Christian civilization complete with gold mines, pearl fisheries, and excellent defensive capabilities that kept them safe from both Moorish invasion and whatever sea monsters happened to be in the neighbourhood. Now, you'd think that an island large enough to support 7 cities and their surrounding farmlands would be pretty hard to miss. You'd be right, but that didn't stop mapmakers from dutifully including Antillia on chart after chart, usually placing it somewhere in the Atlantic west of Portugal and Spain. The island migrated around a bit from map to map. Apparently even imaginary islands were subject to continental drift. The really impressive part was how detailed these depictions became over time. What started as a simple blob labelled Antillia gradually evolved into carefully drawn coastlines with bays, peninsulas and river mouths. Mapmakers added the 7 cities, each with its name and approximate location. Some even included roads connecting the cities, because apparently medieval cartographers were thorough in their fiction. Portuguese sailors, being practical people, occasionally set out to find this convenient Atlantic paradise. After all, if there really was an island full of Christians sitting on gold mines, it seemed worth checking out. These expeditions had a remarkable talent for almost finding Antillia. Sailors would return with stories of seeing land in the distance, or finding beaches covered with mysterious sand, or encountering unusually tame birds that must have come from some nearby civilization. No one ever succeeded in landing on Antillia, but they achieved a tantalizingly close approach. The best part of these near discoveries was how they reinforced the island's existence in everyone's minds. If sailors were consistently almost finding Antillia, that was practically proof that it was out there somewhere. The fact that almost and actually are completely different things didn't seem to bother anyone much. It was the geographical equivalent of my girlfriend lives in Canada. Technically unprovable, but not technically impossible either. Christopher Columbus knew about Antillia. In fact, some historians think his calculations about the distance to Asia were partly based on the assumption that he could stop for supplies at this mythical island on the way. Imagine his surprise when he kept sailing west and found a completely different set of continents instead. However, it is likely that accidentally discovering the Americas while searching for a fictional island is one of the more significant mistakes in human history. What's fascinating is how long Antillia persisted even after explorers started finding actual islands in the Atlantic. Once explorers discovered and mapped the Azores, Antillia simply relocated further west. When the Caribbean islands were found, Antillia relocated again. It was like a geographical game of musical chairs, with the mythical island always managing to find a new empty spot on the map where it could theoretically exist. The island finally started disappearing from maps in the late 16th century, not because anyone proved it didn't exist, but because mapmakers were running out of empty ocean to put it in. The Atlantic was getting crowded with real islands, and there wasn't room for imaginary ones anymore. It was a practical decision rather than a philosophical one. Antillia didn't die because people stopped believing in it. It died because reality was taking up too much space. But even today, you can find the remnants of this centuries-long geographical fiction. The Caribbean islands are still called the Antilles, a name that comes directly from our seven-city island that never was. Every time someone mentions the Lesser Antilles or the Greater Antilles, they're invoking the memory of those 7 bishops and their imaginary Christian paradise. It's probably the most successful piece of medieval fake news in history, outlasting the civilization that created it by several centuries. You're likely beginning to understand that medieval mapmakers had a relatively relaxed approach to factual accuracy, but we haven't yet discussed their most delightful creation, the decorative monster. If you don't populate the vast unexplored regions on your map with terrifying creatures, what's the purpose? The decoration wasn't just random doodling during slow afternoons at the cartography shop. Monster placement required meticulous consideration of geography, mythology, and customer expectations. You couldn't simply place a dragon anywhere and consider the task complete. Different regions called for different types of fantastic fauna, and a professional mapmaker needed to know the difference between a good spot for a sea serpent and a prime location for a man-eating plant. The phrase, "here be dragons," has become famous as a shorthand for the unknown, but actual medieval maps rarely use those exact words. Most mapmakers were more creative in their warnings. They'd include detailed illustrations of whatever horrible creature supposedly lived in each unexplored region, often with instructive little notes about its feeding habits, temperament, and preferred method of devouring unwary travellers. Africa was particularly well stocked with fascinating wildlife, according to medieval mapmakers. The continent apparently hosted everything from giants who lived backwards, whatever that meant, to tribes of people with their faces in their chests, to animals that were basically lions but with human hands instead of paws. These weren't just random monster designs. They came from a long tradition of travel literature that had been enthusiastically embellished over generations of retelling. Classical authors, who had never visited the places they described, provided the source material for many of these creatures. Pliny the Elder, writing in Rome in the 1st century, compiled a natural history filled with second-hand accounts of distant lands and their exotic inhabitants. His work included dog-headed men, people with backwards feet, and various other anatomical impossibilities that medieval mapmakers copied faithfully onto their charts. Nobody seemed to question whether Pliny might have been a bit gullible, or whether his sources might have been pulling his leg. Sea monsters were another growth industry. The ocean was vast, largely unexplored, and perfect for hosting creatures of any size, and description the mapmaker's imagination could conjure up. Some maps featured relatively modest sea serpents, basically large snakes with fins and an attitude problem. Others depicted multi-headed beasts the size of islands, capable of creating whirlpools by swimming in circles. The most famous sea monster of the cartographic world was probably the kraken, though it went by various names depending on which mapmaker was drawing it. This creature was typically depicted as an enormous octopus or squid, large enough to wrap its tentacles around entire ships and drag them down to whatever passed for the bottom of the medieval ocean. The kraken had the advantage of being based on something real. Giant squids do exist. But the mapmaker's versions were usually about 10 times larger than anything that actually lived in the sea. What made these monster maps particularly entertaining was how specific they got about the creature's behaviours. It wasn't enough to just draw a dragon. You needed to include information about what the dragon ate, how it interacted with local human populations, and whether it was the sort of dragon that hoarded treasure, or the sort that just enjoyed setting things on fire for recreational purposes. Some maps included detailed notes about seasonal migration patterns for various monsters, as if these were real animals that someone had been carefully studying for years. The economics of monster maps were pretty straightforward. Customers wanted their money's worth, and a map covered with blank spaces didn't look like money well spent. Filling those spaces with carefully researched mythological creatures showed that the mapmaker had really done their homework, even if their homework consisted entirely of making things up. A map with good monster coverage looked authoritative, comprehensive, and worth displaying prominently in your castle's main hall. The funny thing is, some of these imaginary creatures were more thoroughly documented than real animals that lived in places map makers could actually visit. You could find incredibly detailed descriptions of griffins and their nesting habits, but good luck finding accurate information about, say, regular European birds that any map maker could have observed by walking outside their workshop. Running a successful map-making business in medieval times required a delicate balance between giving customers what they expected and avoiding the kind of spectacular failures that might damage your professional reputation. It was similar to fortune-telling, but instead of foretelling the future, you were describing places that might or might not exist, in locations that were probably completely wrong. The most successful map makers developed what we might call the strategic hedge, ways of including exciting exotic content, while subtly protecting themselves from accusations of outright fabrication. They'd copy information from other respected maps, which provided a kind of professional cover. If your map turned out to be wildly inaccurate, you could always point to your sources and suggest that any errors were inherited rather than invented. This process led to one of the most amusing aspects of medieval cartography, the perpetuation of mistakes through what amounted to professional courtesy. If a respected map maker included a particular island or monster or impossible river on their chart, other map makers would often include the same feature, even if it didn't make much geographical sense. Nobody wanted to be the one cartographer who left out something that everyone else considered important, even if everyone else was completely wrong about it. The price structure for medieval maps reflected these realities in intriguing ways. Basic maps with just the essential geographical features were relatively affordable, but if you wanted the full treatment, complete with monsters, mythical islands, detailed illustrations and exotic place names, you paid premium prices. Essentially, the most expensive maps were works of art that incorporated geographical information, not just attractively designed geographical documents. Wealthy customers often commissioned custom maps that emphasized whatever regions or features they were most interested in. A merchant planning trade routes might want extra detail in commercial ports and shipping lanes, while a nobleman might prefer elaborate illustrations of his family's coat of arms scattered across various continents. Some designers primarily designed maps as conversation pieces, prioritizing visual impact and entertainment value over geographical accuracy. The map-making guilds that developed in major European cities served partly as professional organizations and partly as quality control systems. They established standards for things like parchment quality, ink formulations, and artistic techniques, but they were remarkably flexible about accuracy requirements. A map could be completely wrong about the basic shape of continents and still earn guild approval, as long as it was beautifully executed and based on appropriately prestigious sources. Competition between map-making centres led to some creative approaches to marketing. Venetian maps emphasised their access to information from eastern trade routes, while Spanish maps highlighted their expertise in Atlantic exploration. Eventually, English cartographers promoted their developing expertise in northern waters, while Portuguese map-makers asserted that they had unique knowledge of African coastlines. Each regional map-making tradition developed its own signature style of educated guessing. The rise of printing in the 15th century democratized map distribution, but didn't necessarily improve map accuracy. If anything, printing made it easier for mistakes to spread quickly and widely. A single inaccurate printed map could influence hundreds of other maps, creating cascading errors that persisted for generations. The same technology that should have made corrections easier actually made widespread misinformation more durable. Customer feedback was rarely immediate enough to affect map-making practices significantly. If you bought a map that turned out to be wrong about the location of a particular island, you probably wouldn't discover the error for years, if ever. You might think you made navigation errors instead of the map being wrong. This built-in delay between creation and verification meant that map makers could maintain successful careers based on information that was consistently, spectacularly wrong. The most successful map makers learned to manage customer expectations without explicitly admitting the limitations of their knowledge. They developed a professional vocabulary full of terms that sounded authoritative, while actually meaning your guess is as accurate as mine. Phrases like, according to the most reliable sources, and, as reported by experienced navigators, could cover a multitude of uncertainties without technically constituting fraud. Change came slowly to the world of map-making, partly because the old system worked so well for everyone involved. Customers got beautiful, entertaining maps full of wonderful possibilities. Map-makers got to exercise their creativity while earning steady livings. Sailors got convenient excuses for failed voyages. After all, if the monsters didn't attack you, those tricky currents around the mythical islands probably would. But eventually, reality started intruding on this comfortable arrangement. The problem began with Portuguese sailors in the 15th century, who had the annoying habit of actually visiting the places they were supposed to visit, and then coming back with inconveniently accurate reports about what they'd found there. Instead of respectfully confirming the established geographical wisdom, these explorers kept insisting that coastlines were shaped differently than the map suggested, that certain islands didn't exist, and that the monsters were surprisingly absent from areas where they were supposed to be abundant. Vasco da Gama's voyage around Africa was particularly troublesome for traditional mapmakers. Here was someone who had actually sailed around the entire continent, mapped its actual coastline, and returned with detailed information about what was really there. This kind of first-hand knowledge was deeply inconvenient for cartographers who had spent decades perfecting their artistic interpretations of African geography based on centuries-old second-hand accounts. The Spanish exploration of the Americas created similar problems. Columbus and his successors consistently found new continents in areas where established maps depicted empty oceans, yet they lacked the taste to return tangible evidence of their discoveries. Gold, exotic plants, and indigenous people were much harder to argue with than theoretical discussions about what might exist in distant waters. The Protestant Reformation introduced an unexpected twist to the situation. Medieval maps had often included religious elements, the Garden of Eden, various biblical locations, and Christian symbolism integrated with geographical features. As religious authority became more contested in some parts of Europe, the theological aspects of traditional mapmaking came under scrutiny along with everything else. Some reformers argued that mixing religious doctrine with geographical information was inappropriate, which eliminated one of the traditional justifications for including speculative content on maps. The invention of more accurate navigation instruments gradually raised the standards for what constituted acceptable geographical information. When sailors could determine their latitude with reasonable precision, maps that placed familiar locations hundreds of miles from their actual positions became problematic. The magnetic compass, the astrolabe, and eventually more sophisticated tools made it harder for mapmakers to hide behind the excuse that navigation was inherently uncertain. Competition from explorers turned cartographers put additional pressure on traditional mapmakers. People who had actually visited distant places could produce maps based on direct observation rather than scholarly speculation. These explorer cartographers didn't necessarily create more beautiful maps, but their charts had the compelling advantage of actually working for navigation purposes. Although customers valued beauty, those who intended to use their maps for real travel placed a greater value on functionality. The printing industry's development created both problems and opportunities for mapmakers. On one hand, the ability to produce printed maps more quickly and cheaply than hand-drawn ones opened up new markets and increased the availability of geographical information. On the other hand, printing made it easier to compare maps from different sources, which highlighted inconsistencies and errors that might have gone unnoticed when each map was a unique manuscript. Scientific method was perhaps the most serious long-term threat to creative cartography. As scholars began emphasizing direct observation, reproducible experiments, and systematic skepticism about received wisdom, the traditional approach to mapmaking looked increasingly unscientific. Maps based on centuries-old texts and theoretical speculation didn't fit well with the new emphasis on empirical evidence and logical analysis. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Even as more accurate information became available, many mapmakers continued including traditional elements alongside newer, more reliable content. Some maps from the 16th and 17th centuries show an almost schizophrenic split between carefully surveyed coastlines and mythical interior features, as if the cartographers couldn't quite bring themselves to abandon the old ways entirely. As you settle in for the end of our journey through the wonderfully deceptive world of medieval mapmaking, it's worth considering what we lost when cartography became a science instead of an art form. Yes, Modern maps are infinitely more accurate, infinitely more useful, and infinitely less likely to send you sailing off the edge of the world or into the waiting tentacles of a hungry kraken. But they're also infinitely less likely to spark your imagination or make you wonder what might be waiting just beyond the next horizon. The golden age of creative cartography officially ended sometime in the 18th century, when the combination of better instruments, systematic exploration, and scientific rigour made it impossible to maintain the old traditions of educated guessing and artistic interpretation. The last mythical islands disappeared from authoritative maps. The sea monsters were relegated to decorative corners, and the vast blank spaces labelled terra incognita gradually filled with disappointingly real geographical features. But the influence of those centuries of cartographic creativity lingered in unexpected ways. The age of exploration was partly motivated by maps that showed a world filled with wonderful possibilities, islands of gold, passages to the Orient, and lands inhabited by exotic peoples and fantastic creatures. If the maps of Columbus's time had accurately depicted the vast empty ocean he would actually encounter, would he have sailed west? If generations of optimistic cartographers hadn't inflated the potential rewards, would the great voyages of discovery have seemed worth the risk and expense? The mythology created by medieval mapmakers became embedded in European culture in ways that outlasted the maps themselves. Stories about Antillia influenced Spanish expectations about the Americas. Legends of Prester John's Christian kingdom shaped Portuguese exploration of Africa and Asia. The idea that the world's edges were populated by monsters and marvels became part of the European imagination, creating a sense that exploration was not just about trade routes and territorial expansion, but about discovering wonders that would justify the greatest risks. It took centuries for some of the most persistent geographical myths to completely vanish. The Northwest Passage, a hypothetical northern route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, appeared on maps for over 400 years before explorers finally confirmed that it didn't exist in any practical sense. Despite repeated evidence to the contrary, many maps depicted California as an island well into the 18th century. These weren't simple mistakes. They were examples of wishful thinking so powerful that it overrode contradictory evidence for generations. The decorative elements of medieval maps evolved into the artistic traditions that still influence cartographic design today. Modern maps may not include dragons or sea serpents, but they still use artistic techniques developed by mapmakers who understood that geographical documents needed to be visually appealing as well as informative. The elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and careful attention to topography that characterize the best contemporary maps can be traced directly back to medieval cartographers who knew that presentation mattered as much as content. Most importantly, the medieval map-making tradition serves as a reminder of the complex relationship between information and truth. Those old cartographers weren't deliberately trying to deceive anyone. They were doing their best to synthesize limited, contradictory information into useful documents for their customers. They filled gaps in their knowledge with educated guesses, traditional stories, and reasonable assumptions that turned out to be wrong. In that sense, they weren't so different from modern experts who extrapolate from incomplete data and make predictions about complex systems they don't fully understand. The next time you use GPS to navigate to some place you've never been before, spare a thought for the generations of mapmakers who tackle the same basic problem with much less reliable information and much more creative solutions. They may have gotten the details wrong, but they got the spirit right. The world is a big, mysterious, wonderful place, full of possibilities we haven't discovered yet and wonders we can't quite imagine. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where you need to fill in some gaps in your knowledge with your best educated guess, remember that you're following in a long and honourable tradition. Just be careful not to include any dragons in the margins. These days, people tend to check those details. Sweet dreams, and may your maps, whether geographical, professional or personal, lead you to discoveries that are at least as wonderful as the ones you imagined along the way. Imagine yourself relaxing in your preferred chair on a cool October evening, perhaps with a toasty beverage in hand. Tonight, we will revisit a period in which America believed it had successfully mastered the legal printing of money, when your neighbour's barber was providing stock recommendations and when the question "what could go wrong?" was on the brink of receiving the most costly response in history. The time period is the 1920s, and you are currently experiencing the Roaring Twenties, as it is also known. In the background, Calvin Coolidge is so silent as president that people jest about having to check his pulse. While flappers are dancing, the Charleston and jazz music is spilling out of speakeasies. However, the genuine excitement is not located in the illicit gin joints or the dance halls. It is on Wall Street, where an entire nation has persuaded itself that purchasing stocks is as dependable as the sunrise. After the end of World War I, the United States found itself in a unique situation. America's factories were operating at full capacity, manufacturing a wide range of products, including refrigerators, radios, and automobiles, while Europe was still in the process of assembling the parts and calculating the cost. Henry Ford had discovered a method to make cars affordable for the general public, and as a result, everyone became interested in purchasing one. Please note that the car in question is not a single vehicle. Rather, it is a modern, more gleaming model that is replaced every few years. The stock market, which was previously the domain of affluent industrialists and their well-connected acquaintances, appeared to be accessible to all. Between deliveries, newspaper boys were exchanging stock recommendations. Your neighbourhood grocer may casually mention that he earned more money last week by playing the market than he did selling vegetables throughout the month. It was as if Wall Street had discovered a mystical money tree and all you had to do was move its branches. In retrospect, the amusement of this episode was primarily due to the fact that everyone believed it was a straightforward matter. You were not required to comprehend the actual operations of a company, its profitability, or its existence in any meaningful sense. It was enough to tell you that its stock price rose yesterday and will likely rise again tomorrow. The logic was unwavering. Stocks consistently increase, everyone was becoming wealthy, and anyone who advocated for a different outcome was evidently too traditional to comprehend contemporary economics. Investment clubs emerged in communities similar to book clubs. However, rather than engaging in discussions about the most recent novel, members would convene to compare the amount of money they had earned that week. Women who had never visited a bank were pooling their grocery money to purchase shares in companies they were unfamiliar with. College students were ditching classes to observe the ticker tape at brokerage offices, treating it as the most thrilling entertainment in town. The newspapers contributed to this hysteria by publishing breathless accounts of ordinary individuals who achieved financial success. The taxi driver retired at 35, the secretary purchased a small apartment building with her stock profits, and the homemaker funded her daughter's wedding with a single, well-timed purchase of Radio Corporation stock. These narratives spread swiftly, much like gossip at a church gathering, inspiring everyone to aspire to become the next successful individual. Banks began lending money to individuals who desired to purchase equities to capitalize on the current prosperity. The reasoning appeared to be sound. If stocks consistently increased, lending money to individuals to purchase equities would be virtually risk-free. They called it buying on margin, a fancier term than borrowing money to gamble, but that's what it was. You could acquire $1,000 worth of securities with only $100 of your funds, and the bank would provide the remaining funds. You would sell the securities, repay the loan, and retain the profit when they appreciated. What could possibly go wrong? As you prepare to retire for the evening, envision a world in which all individuals were financial geniuses. The future appeared as predictable as a well-oiled timepiece, and the sole concern was not whether or not one would become wealthy, but rather how wealthy an individual would become. Although crash is still several months away, the following morning in our narrative, you awaken in an America that is persuaded it has outsmarted economic history. The year is 1928, and if you had suggested to anyone that the party might be ending shortly, they would have looked at you as if you had announced that the sun was planning to stop rising. The foundation of all this confidence was not wholly unreasonable, which is why it was so perilous. The American industry was performing exceptionally well. General Electric and General Motors were not merely manufacturing products, they were also developing products that were significantly altering the way people lived. The world was brought into people's living rooms for the first time, replaced gas lamps, automobiles replaced horses, and radios were introduced. However, this is the point at which the situation becomes intriguing, much like the moment a kettle of water reaches boiling point. The stock prices of these companies were not merely reflecting their success, they were also reflecting the success of the companies, the wildest dreams of everyone about their future success, a generous helping of pure speculation and whatever the barbershop employee heard from his cousin who worked on Wall Street. Consider Radio Corporation of America, or RCA as it was commonly known. The corporation was at the epicenter of the radio boom, and the radios were truly revolutionary. For the first time in human history, it was possible to listen to a concert in New York from the comfort of your living room in Kansas. It was akin to alchemy, but it was both profitable and genuine. This enthusiasm was evident in the stock price of RCA. RCA's stock price increased from $85 per share to $420 per share in 1928. It is not a typo. It nearly quadrupled in a single year. It is reasonable to assume that the five-fold increase in a company's stock price over the course of a year would induce some degree of anxiety among investors. You would be mistaken. In contrast, it heightened individuals' enthusiasm. The reasoning was elegantly circular. RCA's stock was increasing due to its exceptional performance, which was evident in the company's stock price. It was evident that the individual who suggested that a stock price increase of 400% in a single year might be premature was unaware of the fundamental principles of contemporary investing. The truly cunning aspect, and this is the point at which the creativity is almost admirable, was the manner in which individuals convinced themselves that this time was different. Speculation and foolishness were the causes of previous stock market bubbles which ultimately exploded. However, the foundation of this prosperity was the robust productivity and innovation of the United States. Radios, automobiles, electricity powers these appliances, see exploration corporations or tulip bulbs. They were genuine businesses that manufactured genuine products for genuine customers. What individuals failed to comprehend was that it is possible to have a legitimate organization that produces genuine goods and yet pay an exorbitant amount for its inventory. It is comparable to paying $50 for an exceptionally high-quality fruit. $50 is not a reasonable price, although the apple is, and everything you wished for. In the interim, the institutions were experiencing their own variation of this logic problem. They observed that all individuals who had borrowed money to purchase equities had made a profit. Consequently, it was a secure decision to lend money to purchase equities. The fact that everyone had made money precisely because they were lending money to buy stocks, creating the very demand that drove prices up, somehow eluded notice. It was akin to a dog pursuing its tail, except that the dog was sits that it was making progress. Beginning in 1929, the financial system was borrowing approximately $8.5 billion. To provide context, this was approximately equivalent to the entire federal budget at the time. It was as though the entire financial system had decided to place all of its be decided and was exceedingly confident in its decision. You are beginning to comprehend the issue, are you not? People were not being irrational. Rather, they were reacting logically to the stimuli they observed. The economy appeared robust, stocks were increasing, and individuals were earning money. However, they were all reacting to the same information in the same manner, resulting in a situation in which everyone was correct until, all of a sudden, everyone was proved incorrect. Consider the confident investors of 1929 as you prepare for bed. They were completely unaware that they were living through the economic equivalent of a cartoon character who runs off a cliff but doesn't fall until he looks down. They would examine their portfolios each morning and examine at their paper profits. The red flags were up everywhere by the summer of 1929 if you knew where to look. But when there are warning signs at a party, no one wants to be the one to bring them up. As if you were the designated driver who keeps telling everyone to slow down while your friends are having the time of their lives. A few jerks tried to crash the party. A famous and respectable banker named Paul Warburg warned that the stock market had become too risky for investors. The reaction was about what you'd expect. The next day, the stock price of his bank dropped, and newspapers called him negative for no reason. It was a typical case of shooting the messenger, but this time the messenger was trying to keep people from crossing the street. A famous economist named Roger Babson said in September that, "Sooner or later a crash is coming." Babson was known for being right about financial trends. That day the market fell sharply. Some people even called it the Babson break. But it quickly rose again. People thought Babson was an old-fashioned cynic who didn't know how the new economy worked and wrote him off. Everyone was happy that the ruler seemed to have a lot of money, so no one wanted to hear that he didn't have any clothes. At the same time, the smart money, that is, the people who knew what was going on, was quietly leaving the market. John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph, reportedly said that he knew it was time to get out of the stock market when his shoeshine boy started giving him stock tips. It made perfect sense. If everyone thinks stocks are a good way to make money, then stocks probably aren't so good after all. However, for every Joseph Kennedy who quietly sold his interests, there were thousands of regular Americans who doubled down. It made sense. If stocks were a solid investment last year, they were probably an even better investment this year. You might have thought you could drive even faster since you hadn't gotten a speeding ticket yet. All the excitement on Wall Street masked some really bad economic news in the summer of 1929. The production of goods in factories was beginning to slow down. Car sales were going down. Less building was being done, but who cared about dull things like industrial production when RCA was still going up and everyone knew someone who had made a lot of money in the market? This part of the story is almost like a dream. The real economy, which includes factories, farms, and other businesses that do real work, was getting tired. However, the stock market, a symbol of the real economy's performance, consistently reached unprecedented heights. It felt like a movie where the music is happy and upbeat, but the ship is slowly sinking on the screen. Despite its role as the responsible adult in these scenarios, the Federal Reserve found itself in a challenging situation. Every time the Federal Reserve attempted to curb the out-of-control stock trading, they faced accusations of harming the US economy. It is challenging to be the authority that must bring an end to a gathering when all participants are enjoying themselves. This is especially true if ending the party means disrupting the fun. The Federal Reserve did raise interest rates in August 1929, thinking that the action would stop some people from borrowing money on speculation. After stumbling for a few days, the market just shrugged it off and kept going up. You tapped someone on the shoulder, but they just turned and danced faster. By September, it was clear that the prices of the most famous stocks did not make sense by any standard measure. People put a lot of value on companies, as if they would keep growing at impossible rates forever. Someone must have known that you would be 15 feet tall by age 30, since you had grown 6 inches taller between the ages of 12 and 14. What was really sad was how many regular people had put their life savings into this market. Individuals who had diligently saved money, led frugal lifestyles, and meticulously planned for their retirement for decades suddenly began to question the wisdom of their cautious approach. They sold their bonds, took out mortgages on their homes, and put all of their money on the further rise in stock prices. Imagine that people in the United States in September 1929 were pleased with their investments and planning to retire early. As they went to sleep that night, they had no idea that they were about to learn one of the most expensive lessons in the history of the economy. The first few days of October 1929 were the same as any other month during the boom. People got up, looked at their stock prices, smiled at their gains on paper, and went about their days feeling like they were great at money. But if you looked really closely, and not many people did, you might have seen that the base was beginning to crack. On October 3rd, the market had what traders called a technical correction. This was the first real sign of trouble. In Wall Street talk, that means, don't worry about it. Prices dropped for no reason. It may not seem like a big deal, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down by about 6 points. This is because people were used to it going up every day. But everyone knew that markets have bad days every so often. It was important not to freak out. Fear was for people who didn't know that America had entered a new age of permanent wealth. The deal was a chance for the smart money, or at least the money that thought it was smart to buy. Stocks for sale. How could you say no to that? The market exhibited the typical behaviour of fluctuating unpredictably when it is uncertain about its direction for the next 2 weeks. The market fluctuates daily, yet it largely remains steady, akin to an inebriated individual attempting to maintain a straight path. Not many people were worried. The market was just taking a break before the next step up. On October 18th, however, the music began to slow down. This date would become famous over time. The market dropped considerably, but this time it felt different. It wasn't the slow decline in early October. Instead, it seemed like the market remembered something important but didn't like it. As of this point, many people had borrowed money to buy stocks, leaving them open to something called a margin call. To explain, let's say you borrowed $900 to buy stock worth $1,000. It's possible that you'd owe more money than the stock was worth if it dropped to $800. The bank would call and ask you to either add cash or sell stock to repay the loan. Many people got those calls on October 18th. You aren't concerned about getting a good price when you have to sell stock to pay back a loan. You just need to get rid of it quickly. Prices drop even faster when many people need to sell quickly at the same time. This leads to more margin calls, which cause even more people to sell. It's like a cascade of money, where each rock that falls sets off more rocks. The weekend of October 19th and 20th likely marked the last time most Americans believed they were living in an era of never-ending wealth. Newspapers, always willing to help, wrote stories that made people feel better by saying that this was only a short-term setback. Smart buyers took advantage of this chance to identify deals. By Monday, everything would be fine. On Tuesday, October 21st, everything was fine. The market opened, trade went on, and the world didn't end. However, the situation remained largely unchanged. Throughout the day, prices steadily declined, akin to water gradually draining from a bathtub. Tuesday was worse, Wednesday was even worse. Friday, October 24th, which would become famously known as Black Thursday, something very important had changed. It wasn't a fix, an update, or any other polite business term for the same thing. It was just pure fear. Imagine waking up on October 24th to find that your nest egg has shrunk. Not just a little, but by a large enough amount that you feel like you need to do some math in your head. When you attempt to contact your dealer, the phone lines experience congestion. Nobody appears to understand the status of their investments, despite everyone's efforts to learn. An all-time high of over 12 million shares were traded that day, which is about 3 times the normal amount. The stock prices were meant to be shown on ticker tape machines all day, but they couldn't keep up. They were hours behind schedule by the afternoon, so no one knew what anything was worth. People bought and sold stocks without knowing what the prices were, and sellers didn't know what they were getting charged. As you go to sleep tonight, picture what Wall Street looked like that Thursday night. Many people gathered around the stock exchange. Ticker tape was strewn across the streets like confetti after a parade that no one wanted to go to, and the sound of a party ending for the evening could be heard somewhere in the darkness. The party finished on October 24th. On October 29th, also known as Black Tuesday, the police were called, all the lights were turned on, and everyone saw the mess they had made. It's already very different from the world you went to sleep in when you wake up that Tuesday morning. Over the weekend, it became clear that this wasn't just a short-term setback, even though banks and well-known financiers were working hard to restore trust. It really happened. There was a full-on banking panic. It was challenging for the morning newspapers to stay positive, but you could read the fear in the words. The headlines talked about temporary market adjustments and buying opportunities for smart investors, but the numbers indicated that things were not what they seemed to be. Stocks were going down quickly after slowly going up for months. When the stock market opened at 10 a.m, millions of shares were already available for sale. Prices don't just drop during a panic. They crash because everyone wants to sell, but no one wants to buy. It's like musical chairs, but someone took away all the chairs at once and everyone saw it at the same time. Over 16 million shares were traded that day, which was a record that wouldn't be broken for almost 40 years. Black Thursday was already too busy for the ticker tape machines to keep up. By noon, they were reporting prices from 10 a.m. They were hours behind by the afternoon. People made financial decisions based on data that was almost immediately outdated. Imagine the scene inside the brokerage offices. Phones were ringing non-stop, workers were rushing to handle sell orders, and customers were squeezing together to find out what was going on with their investments. Everyone was talking at the same time and trying to shout over the others. The ticker tape machines clattered, and people began to realise something terrible was happening. The most distressing aspect was witnessing ordinary individuals discover they had lost their entire life savings. The secretary had used the money she earned from selling stocks to purchase that apartment building. The value of her stocks had dropped since she bought them. The car driver who quit when he was 35, his search for work had begun again. Who was the mother who paid for her daughter's wedding? There was no way for her to tell her family that the money was still there. But it wasn't just small buyers who lost all their money. The banks that gave all that money to buy stocks were also in a lot of trouble. People couldn't pay back their margin loans because the value of their stocks dropped below what they borrowed. These circumstances meant that the banks were left with useless paper. There was a chance that some banks, especially smaller ones that had done a lot of dealing in the stock market, would fail. What a strange irony. The system that had made all those paper riches was now destroying them just as quickly. Calls on margin, which at first seemed like a smart way to boost gains, were now making losses worse. People who bought stocks in several different companies thought they were lowering their risk. But they soon learned that when there is a panic, all stocks go down at the same time. There were stories going around all day that would become part of Wall Street folklore. There was the story that stockbrokers jumped out of office windows, which was mostly made up, but a few people did kill themselves in the weeks that followed. The stories of millionaires who went from being rich to being middle class in one day, and middle-class families who went from being rich to being poor were more true. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had declined by 12% by the time the market closed at 3 p.m. At that point, it was the second worst single-day percentage drop in its history. But the percentage doesn't show how sad it was for the millions of Americans who went to bed that night, knowing that their financial plans, their hopes of retiring early or sending their kids to college had been turned into useless paper certificates. Evening newspaper headlines, which attempted to maintain a positive outlook, proclaimed phrases like, "market hits bottom," and "worst is over." They were mistaken. The stock market crash didn't end on Black Tuesday. It was just the worst day of what would be a much longer and worse slide. There was a huge financial hangover in the United States in the days after Black Tuesday. You know how it feels to stay up too late at a party and then question every choice you made the night before? That's how you feel in the morning. In November 1929, that was the whole country. The first thing that happened was denial, which is probably the most normal thing that can happen. This had to be temporary, right? Once prices dropped enough, smart money would come back into the market. Someone, like the government or the banks, would figure out how to fix this. The newspapers thought so too, because they kept writing upbeat stories about bargain hunters and buying opportunities all the way through November. As it turned out, President Herbert Hoover was in office when the music stopped. He initially made an effort to project confidence. He made reassuring statements about the basic strength of the American economy, which were accurate but not very helpful. It is akin to informing someone that their house is structurally sound, while it is engulfed in flames all around them. It was true that the economy was strong, but that didn't help the millions of people who had just seen their funds disappear. The weeks following the crash revealed the interconnectedness of everything. The stock market was no longer just a place for rich investors to have fun. It was an important part of American business. Banks had given out loans based on stock prices that were too high. A lot of businesses planned to grow because they thought the good times would last. Regular families had made big financial choices based on gains that were only on paper and were now gone. It was almost as bad for people's mental health as it was for their finances. For nearly a decade, Americans were told that wealth was normal and that anyone could get rich by trading in the market. Individuals who believed they were financially savvy had to quickly confront the possibility that they had been part of a widespread illusion. The most terrible thing about the crash was that it showed the lies that had kept the boom going. Could you please share those stories again about secretaries and cab drivers achieving financial success? Those people were now broke, and their stories were meant to warn instead of inspire. Investment clubs that had sprung up in neighbourhoods across the country quietly broke up because their members were too ashamed to talk about their losses. It was clear by December 1929 that the result wasn't going to be a quick comeback. Stock prices kept going down, but not in big drops all at once. Instead, they went down slowly and steadily, in a way that was almost worse than the initial fear. Panic is at least interesting. Slow decline is just sad. It's like every day seeing someone you care about get sick and not being able to do anything about it. Banks that were eager to give money to buy stocks were now desperately trying to get those loans paid back. But a stone doesn't have blood, and people can't give you money they don't have. The first banks to fail were the smaller ones that had been most involved in stock market speculation. As the crashes spread, they moved up to the bigger banks. Not many people knew the truth yet, but the stock market crash was only the beginning. Those who thought the crash wouldn't affect the real economy, factories, farms and shops, were about to be proven wrong. Losing their life savings discourages people from making purchases. When people don't buy things, businesses stop making them. People lose their jobs when companies stop making things. People tend to stop buying things when they lose their jobs. Once it starts, it's very difficult to break out of this vicious circle. Unemployment began to rise at the end of 1929, but people didn't fully understand how dire things were going to get for a few more months. Not only did the stock market crash wipe out wealth, but it also destroyed trust. It turns out that confidence is one of the most important parts of a healthy economy. The sad irony was that the things that made the boom so amazing, hope, willingness to take risks, and the belief that anything was possible, were now backfiring. At first, everyone thought stocks could only go up. Now, everyone thought they could only go down. Prices were going down too low because of the same herd attitude that had pushed them up too high. Now that the story is over, you may be thinking about what happened next and, more importantly, what we learned from this costly lesson in being humble with money. The first question is about the Great Depression, which happened for 10 years and had a giant impact on American society. The second question has a more difficult answer, because the lessons people learned from the crash of 1929 weren't always the ones that history was meant to teach them. At the time, it looked like the most important lesson was that trading in the stock market was risky and not something regular people should do. For a generation of Americans, investing in stocks lost all charm. It felt akin to dealing with explosives. This may have been an overreaction, but it was to be expected from people who just saw their neighbours lose everything. It took a while, but the government also learned some things. A lot of the worst things that happened in the 1920s were stopped by new rules. To keep an eye on the stock market, they established the Securities and Exchange Commission to monitor the stock market. Customers' money to bet on stocks. Deposit insurance was made so that people wouldn't lose their savings if their bank went out of business. While these changes were wise, they arrived too late to assist those who had already lost their lives. But here's the thing about people. We're very adept at forgetting the exact lessons we learned from the last disaster, while still being open to the next one. People who lived through 1929 were very wary of speculating in the stock market. Their children and grandkids, who didn't live through the crash, were not as careful. America experienced another speculative frenzy in the 1990s. This time, the speculation frenzy focused on internet stocks, which often lost money and sometimes made no profit at all. People quit their jobs to become day traders. New technology seemed to change everything, and stock prices that had nothing to do with how businesses actually worked made the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s eerily resemble 1929. Experts were quick to point out why this time is different. People were shocked when that boom burst in 2000, even though anyone who knew what happened in 1929 could have seen it coming. The 2000s housing bubble had easy credit, gambling, and the belief that prices could only rise. People were once again shocked when that boom burst in 2008, causing another financial crisis. Every generation must acquire these lessons independently, often through painful experiences. It's challenging to remember the most important lesson from 1929 when the market is booming. Markets are driven by feelings as much as they are by economic facts. When everyone is happy, prices go up way past what makes sense. Prices drop below what makes sense when everyone is negative. It makes sense to be careful when everyone else is happy and brave when everyone else is sad, but that means going against your feelings in the crowd, which is never easy. Another thing I learned is that adding more complexity doesn't always get rid of the risk. It just hides it. In the 1920s, the system of margin loans seemed like a smart way to let more people participate in the growth of the market. In fact, it made the crash worse by amplifying gains and losses. It seems like every time there is a financial crisis, something new comes out that is meant to make investing safer, but ends up making it riskier. The 1929 crash may have taught us more than anything else that there is no such thing as cheap money. The people who got rich in the 1920s stock market weren't smarter than everyone else. They were just lucky enough to own stocks when everyone else wanted to buy them. When that changed, their paper gains went away just as quickly as they came. As you drift off to sleep, contemplate those lessons and how strong the people who lived through that time were. They rebounded, absorbed their mistakes, and bolstered and stabilized the economy. Despite the devastating impact of the 1929 crash, it was not a catastrophic event. Not just what can go wrong, but also how people fix things is sometimes the most important thing to learn from the past. The stock market did perform better in the end, but it took 25 years for it to hit its high points again in 1929. People became more careful and less trusting of plans to get rich quickly. They also learned to value steady, long-term growth more than big gains. They also learned that people are creative and strong, even in uncertain markets. Good night, and remember that the oldest piece of investment advice is probably still the best. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Charles John Huffam Dickens entered the world on February 7th, 1812, in Portsmouth, England, an unassuming coastal city whose naval docks were alive with shipyard clamour. His father, John Dickens, was a clerk in the Navy Pay Office, and his mother, Elizabeth Barrow, juggled household duties with literary aspirations of her own. Though future readers might picture Dickens's early years brimming with quaint scenes, his youth was less storybook and more precarious. In many accounts, Dickens first emerges as a child forced to work in a bootblacking warehouse after his father's imprisonment. While that humiliating episode is well known, less noted is how Dickens' sense of betrayal took root during that time. He felt cast off by parents who placed him in a grimy riverside factory, scraping labels from bottles for hours on end. That sense of abandonment left scars. Years later, he'd disguised the trauma in comedic passages or heartbreak in novels, but the sting of childhood adversity was never fully exorcised. Before that warehouse ordeal, Dickens spent a short span in a school in Chatham. Teachers found him bright and observant. He devoured cheap adventure tales and occasionally wrote small sketches. If not for financial mismanagement, perhaps he would have continued this schooling unabated. Instead, money troubles spiralled. The father's easygoing nature plus a love of small luxuries spelled doom. When John Dickens fell behind on bills, local bailiffs eventually hauled him to Marshalsea debtors' prison in Southwark. Young Charles felt pride battered by this scandal. Imprisonment for debt carried a social stigma. Elizabeth Dickens, struggling outside the prison walls, insisted that Charles keep labouring at the blacking factory to support the family. This parental stance deepened his sense of injustice. Dickens found small consolation in nighttime strolls by the Thames, where he observed the chaos of London's underworld, including tavern brawls, children selling goods, and ragged porters carrying crates. Such experiences fueled the observational acuity that would one day saturate his novels with authenticity. He saw how easily fate could tip honest families into squalor, a theme that would recur in his narratives about orphans, outcasts, and fallen gentry. As time passed, John Dickens managed to secure his release by settling partial debts. Charles was allowed to return to schooling, an abrupt shift that left him grateful but conflicted. He had tasted the indignities of labouring among older workers who teased him for his middle-class airs. Back at a desk, he aimed to catch up academically, though funds remained tight. A thirst for knowledge defined his after-hours, rummaging through second-hand bookstalls, studying the language of newspapers, or eavesdropping on city gossip. By the age of 15, he had completed his formal education and found himself back in the working world, this time as a junior clerk in a solicitor's office. Despite its mundane nature, Dickens's job exposed him to the intricacies of legal bureaucracy. Dickens observed lawyers taking advantage of outdated processes, petty lawsuits lasting months, and fees draining families. It seemed a heartless machine. Meanwhile, Dickens itched to write. He taught himself shorthand, a skill in demand for courtroom or parliamentary reporting. With that tool, he pivoted to freelance journalism. He roamed London's streets after his clerk hours, forging a double life as an amateur reporter, penning observations about social ills or comedic mishaps. Soon enough, he earned small commissions, capturing parliamentary debates for local papers. This exposure sharpened his sense of London's political theatric, a stage of pomp, cunning, and sweeping rhetoric that seldom solved the plight of the poor. In these formative years, Dickens rarely confided his deeper ambitions to family. He was polite, energetic, but also guarded. It's said that the warehouse humiliation bred secrecy. Publicly, he projected wit and warmth. Privately, he seethed at injustice. He began drafting sketches of everyday characters, bustling office messengers, crusty paralegals, street vendors with melodic cries. These glimpses shaped the core of his early style. He recognised that the city teemed with stories just waiting to be told, stories of ambition, heartbreak, and improbable comedy. For Dickens, the line between real life and fiction thinned daily. Thus, by age 20, Charles Dickens was a restless spirit, armed with bitter memories and a natural gift for observation. Though not yet the famed novelist, he was planting seeds for the empathy and social critique that would soon bloom. He had glimpsed the cruelty of circumstance and the fragility of fortunes. That awareness, fused with irrepressible humour and sympathy for the downtrodden, would guide him as he waded deeper into the journalistic realm, then soared into the literary spotlight. Dickens's early foray into journalism gradually eclipsed his clerk duties. He discovered a knack for capturing small happenings with dramatic flair. Employed first as a shorthand reporter at Doctors' Commons, where maritime and probate cases were heard, Dickens gleaned odd legal details, comedic rivalries, and labyrinthine procedures that later informed his novels about the law's absurdities. Meanwhile, his coverage of parliamentary debates demanded swift, accurate shorthand. That discipline sharpened his memory and attention to nuance. He soon ventured into writing sketches, brief, witty observations on London life. For periodicals, using the pen name Boz, Dickens portrayed bus conductors cracking jokes, fussy spinsters in their cramped parlours, or rowdy coach passengers headed to the suburbs. These pieces, collected later as sketches by Boz, revealed a gift for conjuring comedic snapshots tinged with empathy. Readers laughed at his gentle satire of human foibles. Editors noticed the fresh voice. The public wanted more. At the same time, Dickens navigated a personal milestone. He became engaged to Catherine Hogarth, daughter of a newspaper colleague. The match signalled a semblance of stability. Catherine was supportive, if somewhat reserved. Their courtship led Dickens to refine his sense of domestic security, something he'd lacked in youth. Although not known for confessional writing about romance, Dickens's letters hinted at genuine affection. They married in 1836, soon renting a modest home as Dickens juggled journalism, sketches, and incipient novel projects. Opportunity knocked unexpectedly when a publisher approached him for a serialised comedic novel to accompany illustrations by a well-known artist. The result, initially planned as a set of light-hearted sporting adventures, evolved into The Pickwick Papers. Dickens's comedic energy, combined with whimsical characters, turned it into a literary phenomenon. Through Mr. Pickwick's misadventures and the Cockney charm of Sam Weller, Dickens found a vast audience. Circulation soared. Readers devoured each monthly instalment. Dickens, at 24, became a household name, yet behind the success, he sweated over deadlines, rewriting chapters at the last moment. The serial format demanded constant invention. He discovered that comedic set pieces like a misread will or an accidental infiltration of a lady's costume party tickled popular taste. He also experimented with poignant moments, such as the plight of a downtrodden servant or a debtor, infusing the narrative with moral undertones. This blend of humour and pathos would define Dickens's brand. He recognised that laughter softened readers for deeper empathy. Money finally poured in, letting Dickens move to a better residence. Catherine bore children in rapid succession, turning their home into a bustling nest. Dickens, though loving, found that fatherhood demanded time he often spent writing. A private tension brewed. He was the affectionate patriarch, but also a restless creator who craved quiet hours for brainstorming new tales. Despite paternal duties, he scoured London's back alleys for inspiration. Venturing to slums at odd times, eavesdropping on pub chatter, he believed authenticity hinged on direct observation, not second-hand accounts. Following Pickwick, Dickens leapt to more serious themes in Oliver Twist, 1837 to 1839. No longer content to dwell solely on comedic escapades, he painted the bleakness of workhouses and child exploitation, partly echoing his own teenage anguish. Readers reeled at the raw depiction of criminals, though Dickens leavened the gloom with comedic minor characters. Critically, Oliver Twist ran concurrently with Dickens's other obligations. He was editing magazines, finishing shorter works, and beginning new serials. The pace was relentless. He thrived on the excitement, yet it risked exhaustion. Public acclaim soared. His name now graced invitations to dinner parties with aristocrats who craved proximity to the sensational Boz. Dickens appreciated the chance to expand his network, though he sometimes mocked upper-class pretensions. He never forgot his working-class brushes with hardship, refusing to let polished society lull him. Instead, he leveraged connections to champion philanthropic concerns. He privately aided London charities and joined reform committees. While not a radical agitator, Dickens believed in social improvement through publicity and moral suasion. His novels became a subtle force for that cause, exposing readers to the realities of orphanages, slums, and corrupt institutions. Around this time, Dickens also travelled to rural areas, gleaning stories from rickety stagecoaches or decrepit inns. These journeys reaffirmed that outside London's bustle lay entire pockets of tradition and superstition, fertile ground for future plots. Meanwhile, Catherine's sister Mary Hogarth, who had moved in to assist the household, died suddenly. Her death devastated Dickens, triggering a profound grief that coloured some subsequent chapters in his writing. The ephemeral nature of life became a quiet refrain in his novels, as he realised that personal tragedy was inseparable from comedic levity. The public continued to clamour for his narratives, hungry for that singular Dickens style, vibrant characters dancing between humour and sorrow. Thus, Dickens closed the 1830s riding high, yet increasingly aware of the moral gravity behind his fictional worlds. Beneath the success, the seeds of tension sprouted, creative demands, a growing family, and an evolving conscience about society's failings. He pressed on, certain that fiction could spark empathy and reform, forging a path into the next decade, where his ambition would expand with each new novel's unveiling. Dickens's star blazed brightly as he entered the 1840s. Publishers clamoured for fresh novels, while the public devoured each serial instalment. Determined to balance entertainment with social commentary, he embarked on projects like Nicholas Nickleby, spotlighting the abuses in Yorkshire boarding schools. He visited one such institution incognito, alarmed by the squalor inflicted on children. That raw evidence infused the novel's savage critique. Dickens aimed to jolt readers from complacency, believing that shining light on corruption might spur reform. Yet despite success, Dickens felt a creeping restlessness. Continual deadlines hemmed him in, and London's sprawl began to stifle. Seeking fresh inspiration, he travelled abroad in 1842, first to America, anticipating a land of democratic ideals. The trip, however, exposed contradictions. Dickens found some Americans warm and inventive, but balked at rampant slavery and a cultural appetite for piracy of his works, without royalty payments. He penned American Notes, a travelogue mixing admiration with pointed criticism. Some Americans felt betrayed by his frankness. Dickens, unbowed, believed honesty trumped politeness. Back in England, he completed Martin Chuzzlewit, weaving an American episode reminiscent of his journey's sour encounters. Sales dipped initially. The novel's complex structure confounded some fans expecting a simpler comedic flair. But Dickens pressed on, trusting in his evolving style. Privately, he wrestled with financial anxieties. Despite robust earnings, his lavish lifestyle, big houses, numerous children, constant entertaining, consumed funds. He dreaded the possibility of slipping back into the precarious economy of his youth. Amid these pressures, Dickens found solace in philanthropic efforts. He teamed with Angela Burdett Coutts to establish Urania Cottage, a refuge for homeless women and former prostitutes. There, they received training in practical skills and moral guidance. Dickens, involved in every detail, interviewed potential residents, planned daily schedules, and wrote them short moral stories. This hands-on approach underscored his sincere desire for personal involvement in charitable causes. He saw direct intervention as more potent than abstract philanthropic gestures. In the midst of editing magazines and writing novels, Dickens craved a side project more playful yet meaningful. That impulse birthed A Christmas Carol, 1843, a slender novella penned with fervour. Observing the plight of the urban poor amid festive spending, Dickens aimed to spark compassion through a ghostly redemption tale. He wrote it rapidly, spurred by both moral zeal and a need for fresh income. The result was a cultural phenomenon, stirring readers to reflect on generosity and social conscience. Dickens realised short, impactful works could amplify moral messages as powerfully as sprawling tomes. Despite public adoration, his personal life showed strains. Catherine bore more children, leaving her fatigued and less able to join Dickens on travels. He found himself forging deeper friendships with other women, some purely platonic, others rumoured to be more. Biographers still debate the emotional complexities swirling beneath his family's outward respectability. Dickens maintained an outwardly jovial persona, hosting boisterous parties where parlour games and comedic recitations thrived. But diaries hint at occasional rages triggered by minor frustrations, revealing an undercurrent of stress. On the professional front, Dickens launched a new weekly periodical, Master Humphrey's Clock, in 1840, intending to serialise stories, including The Old Curiosity Shop. This novel's tragic figure, Little Nell, captured the era's sentimentality. Readers wept over her fate, and the final chapters sold in a frenzy. Some critics called it manipulative, but Dickens dismissed such complaints. He believed emotional resonance was essential to galvanise moral empathy. The fervour surrounding the book's climax demonstrated how deeply he could move the masses. Yet Dickens couldn't rest on triumphs. He recognised the public's appetite was fickle. He had to top himself with each new release. That intensity weighed on him. At times, he toyed with the idea of drama. He loved the theatre, once even considering an acting career. He occasionally directed amateur theatrical productions, casting friends in comedic roles, or staging mesmerising readings from his works. These private stagings foreshadowed the public readings he'd eventually embark on later, enthralling audiences in full performance mode. As the 1840s advanced, Dickens's worldview deepened. He was no longer content with mere comedic social sketches. The continent's political upheavals, the 1848 revolutions, widespread poverty, unsettled him. He saw monarchy and aristocracy clinging to power while labourers toiled. Travelling through Europe, he'd note the crumbling palaces side by side with squalid tenements, fueling an ongoing quest to tackle deeper social and political themes. His novels began weaving heavier critiques of institutions, be they philanthropic boards, debtors' prisons, or unscrupulous factories, while still retaining the comedic flair that made him beloved. The stage was set for some of his most iconic works, culminating in a radical approach to criticising Victorian hypocrisy. Approaching the latter half of the 1840s, Dickens sought fresh experiences abroad, venturing to Italy and Switzerland. These travels coloured his imaginative palette. In Genoa, he marvelled at medieval alleyways, soaking in the city's layered history. He rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean, drafting letters that rhapsodised about local customs, noisy festivals, ornate religious processions, the daily swirl of gossip. Yet even in idyllic settings, Dickens's pen could not rest. He sketched future storylines, weaving exotic vistas with homespun moral questions. Between travels, he developed Dombey and Son, 1846 to 1848, a novel dissecting mercantile pride and familial duty. Its portrait of industrial commerce and personal coldness signalled Dickens's evolving maturity. Critics lauded its carefully structured plot, though some lamented the typical bursts of sentiment. Regardless, the serial soared in sales. Meanwhile, Dickens fueled his creative energies by founding Daily News. In 1846, a liberal newspaper intended to champion progressive ideas. Dickens took on the role of the newspaper's first editor, but resigned within a few weeks due to the stifling nature of editorial politics and the excessive strain of daily work. Still, the foray indicated his thirst to shape public discourse beyond fiction. In 1849, he embarked on David Copperfield, the novel many consider his most autobiographical. Through David's journey from mistreated childhood to authorship, Dickens exorcised the ghost of the blacking factory years. He transmuted humiliations into comedic episodes. Mr. Murdstone's cruelty mirrored real paternal failings Dickens had observed, while Mr. Micawber's eternal optimism recalled Dickens's own father. This personal closeness gave the novel an intimate warmth. Serialization built momentum. Readers recognised the luminous sincerity. Dickens felt a special fondness for the project, referring to David as his favourite child. Despite success, family tensions escalated. Catherine bore 10 children in total, and Dickens, though affectionate, sometimes felt suffocated by domestic chaos. He retreated into creative sprints, locking himself away for hours or strolling city streets at night to brood over plot tangles. Sister-in-law Georgina Hogarth also lived with them, helping manage the household. Rumours swirled about Dickens's rapport with Georgina, though no definitive evidence of impropriety emerged. The mix of personalities living together intensified the tension. Dickens's diaries suggest mood swings, one day exultant after writing a brilliant chapter, next day furious over trivial household irritations. The passing of Dickens's longtime publisher, John Forster's close friend, also weighed on him. Grief sharpened his awareness of life's fragility. He doubled efforts on philanthropic projects, championing improved sanitation in London slums. In letters to local authorities, he argued that squalid conditions fostered crime and disease. He used novels to underscore the plight of the urban poor, trusting that emotional narratives could move the hearts of even complacent readers. The moral imperative behind his fiction grew more explicit, culminating in Bleak House, 1852, to 1853. With Bleak House, Dickens tackled legal malaise via a labyrinthine chancery case. Here he fused satire and tragedy, painting how sluggishly court processes devoured fortunes and lives. The novel's dual narrative style, which alternates between a sardonic omniscient voice and the calm recollections of Esther Summerson, pioneered a new approach. Victorians found the depiction of foggy London literal and metaphorical haunting. Sails soared, though certain critics argued Dickens had grown too didactic. He dismissed such claims, believing the Times demanded unflinching critiques. Indeed, Bleak House spurred public debate on legal reform. His personal restlessness persisted. He relocated the family frequently, seeking larger houses, scenic vistas, or more isolation for writing. Catherine tolerated these moves, though their children felt uprooted. Dickens yearned to shape his environment meticulously, from the colour of wallpaper to the arrangement of furniture. Some friends teased him about meddling in minor domestic details while juggling epic social commentary in his novels. But Dickens was unapologetic. Control at home balanced the unpredictability outside. By the early 1850s, Dickens also tested his performance skills. He had toyed with amateur theatricals, but an idea emerged. Reading his works aloud to paying audiences. The concept was radical. Authors seldom performed in public. Yet Dickens suspected his vivid dialogue, comedic voices, and heartfelt passages could electrify spectators if he delivered them. He gave private recitations to friends who raved about his dynamic presence. Building confidence, he planned that one day he might stage full-blown public readings, an artistic offshoot that would shape his late career. Hence, the mid-1850s arrived with Dickens poised for fresh transformations. Married life grew strained, but fatherhood demanded presence. Literary acclaim soared, but so did expectations. He recognised the friction between domestic reality and his imaginative yearnings. David Copperfield behind him, he now turned to novels of deeper cynicism. The city, with all its smog and labyrinthine institutions, remained his muse. He sensed the well of stories was far from dry, though personal fulfilment still seemed elusive. In 1854, Dickens published Hard Times, a shorter novel dissecting the grim industrial landscape of Coketown. Its emphasis on utilitarian philosophy, represented by the rigid Mr. Gradgrind, took aim at the era's mechanical approach to education and factory work. Critics were divided. Some praised the focused indictment of industrial dehumanization. Others found the story too polemical. Dickens shrugged off such mixed reception, content that Hard Times spurred heated debate on factory conditions and the cult of facts over imagination. Simultaneously, Dickens's private life lurched toward crisis. His discontent at home worsened. Catherine, though mild in temperament, couldn't quell Dickens's sense of entrapment. Letters reveal his dissatisfaction with her perceived lack of spirit or companionship. Though many suspect Dickens's restlessness drove him to scapegoat her. The emotional chasm widened. By 1857, Dickens encountered actress Ellen Ternan, a young performer in a theatrical production he arranged. Their connection, though discreet, grew intense. Dickens's marriage effectively collapsed. He demanded a legal separation from Catherine in 1858, a scandal at the time. He insisted on maintaining custody of most children, leaving Catherine isolated. Publicly, Dickens used his magazine Household Words to issue statements about the split, casting blame and fueling gossip. The affair with Ternan stayed veiled, with Dickens employing elaborate ruses to protect the secret. Professionally, Dickens pivoted to the public readings he had long contemplated. In 1858, he embarked on a series of performances, reciting scenes from Oliver Twist, A Christmas Carol, and more. Audiences were enthralled. He performed each character's voice, pacing the stage with theatrical flair. Some spectators wept at the pathos of Nancy's fate, while others laughed uproariously at his comedic turns. For Dickens, these readings offered both creative fulfillment and a lucrative sideline, yet they drained him physically, as he poured intense energy into every gesture. He joked about the exhaustion, but relished the applause. In 1859, Dickens launched a new weekly all the year round, effectively replacing his previous magazine. The inaugural issue featured the start of A Tale of Two Cities. Now more interested in historical drama, Dickens spun a story of the French Revolution, weaving themes of sacrifice and resurrection. The novel's style was more compact and less digressive than his earlier works. Perhaps personal upheaval had sharpened his narrative focus. The opening lines about the best and worst of times entered the cultural lexicon, capturing a duality that resonated with Victorian anxieties. The novel soared in popularity, bolstered by the magazine's circulation. In parallel, Dickens found time to champion philanthropic innovations. He joined debates on public sanitation, urging expansions of London's sewer system, though city officials bickered over funding. He also contributed funds to help create better housing for the poor. But Dickens's philanthropic impulses were inseparable from moral paternalism. He believed discipline and moral instruction were keys to uplifting the impoverished. This outlook could clash with more radical voices demanding structural change. Still, Dickens's currency as a public figure lent weight to calls for incremental reform. Another major novel, Great Expectations, emerged in serialized form from December 1860 to August 1861. Written amid Dickens' separation scandal, it resonated with questions of identity, social ambition, and illusions. Pip's yearning for gentility paralleled Dickens's own drive to transcend humble origins. The moody atmosphere around Satis House mirrored Dickens's emotional state, a mix of regret, bitterness, and abiding compassion for flawed humanity. Readers embraced the story as a masterpiece, praising its taut plot and minimal sentimentality. Dickens cherished the success, yet behind the scenes he struggled with heartbreak and a sense of personal failure. As the 1860s wore on, Dickens's health began to falter. He endured gout, swollen foot pains, and near constant fatigue. Relentless reading tours demanded travel by train, sometimes late at night. The 1865 Staplehurst rail crash nearly took his life. Dickens was in a first-class carriage that dangled over a destroyed track. Though he helped rescue fellow passengers, the psychological shock lingered, aggravating his ailments. Still, he persisted with public readings, forging new scripts from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. Audiences remained enthralled. Dickens, by then a venerable figure in a black frock coat, coughed through performances but refused to scale back. Meanwhile, rumours about Ellen Ternan continued swirling. Dickens confided only in a tight circle. He shielded her with cunning strategies, renting separate dwellings under assumed names. The moral climate of Victorian society demanded secrecy. Though some close acquaintances quietly pitied Catherine, few confronted Dickens. He pressed on, certain that his literary mission justified any personal complexities. Always craving momentum, he flung himself into each new project as if outrunning regret. That paradox, immense empathy for fictional sufferers but complicated empathy in private life, defined Dickens's twilight decade. The public saw the champion of social justice. His family endured the strains of his single-minded devotion. By the late 1860s, Charles Dickens' hectic schedule showed little let-up. I'm still editing all the year round, still unveiling novels in serial format. He also committed to more reading tours, travelling beyond London to the Midlands and Scotland. Each venue overflowed with admirers who yearned to see the outstanding novelist conjure Fagin, Scrooge, or other beloved characters live. Dickens refined his renditions, perfecting dramatic pauses and comedic timing. Ticket prices soared, yet spectators felt it worth the cost to witness that magnetic stage presence. Amid these tours, Dickens embarked on Our Mutual Friend, 1864 to 1865, which delved into themes of river dredging, inheritance mania, and social climbing. By weaving a plot around a mysterious drowned man and a dust-heap fortune, Dickens captured the macabre side of Victorian London. Critics found it dense and somewhat sprawling, though many admired its biting satire of wealth obsession. The novel's portrayal of moral corruption ironically paralleled Dickens's own concerns about ageing in a society he felt was losing moral vigour. The prolonged emotional stress took a heavier toll on Dickens's health. He often wrote letters complaining of headache spells, insomnia, and shortness of breath. Nevertheless, he refused to reduce his pace. Some historians argue that Dickens found frenetic activity a balm against introspection. The fracturing of his marriage, hidden personal relationships, and unrelenting public expectations all weighed on him. Plunging into labour kept darker reflections at bay. Meanwhile, Catherine lived quietly, seldom appearing in Dickens's social circles, resigned to the separate life Dickens had ordained. In 1867, Dickens accepted an invitation to revisit America for a major reading tour. Time had softened some American resentment from his earlier criticisms. and the appetite to see him on stage was massive. He landed in Boston to an exuberant welcome, complete with banquets and tributes. Dickens gave dozens of performances, each draining yet exhilarating. He earned substantial sums, helping him stabilise finances. However, he again encountered slavery's lingering scars in the post-Civil War landscape, along with the stark racial inequalities. Though Dickens seldom wrote extensively about American racial issues, he privately recognised the deep rifts that threatened the nation's reconstruction. The trip's punishing travel schedule further eroded his health, leading to collapses after certain readings. Yet the adoration of fans spurred him to persist. Upon returning to England in 1868, Dickens began what he called his farewell readings, touring provincial towns he had not yet visited. Some nights his voice faltered. He coughed violently, pressing a handkerchief to his lips, determined to complete each programme. Friends pleaded with him to rest. Still, Dickens believed his contract obligations, and the moral compulsion to connect with audiences, outweighed caution. Meanwhile, he launched a new novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood, an unsettling murder mystery. Dickens considered it a fresh experiment, blending psychological undercurrents with the structure of a whodunit. He wrote notes about how the final solution would shock readers, enthralling them with hidden clues. But he never completed it. On June 9, 1870, Dickens suffered a stroke at his country home, Gad's Hill Place. He died the next day, aged 58, leaving Edwin Drood unfinished, a puzzle sealed into literary lore. The nation plunged into mourning. Queen Victoria noted her regret at never having met him. Memorials poured in, from everyday readers to luminaries. Against Dickens's personal wish for a simple funeral, he was interred in Poets' Corner at Westminster Abbey. Dickens's grand resting place symbolised the public's esteem for him, a stark contrast to the lonely hush of Marshalsea Prison, where his father had once languished. In the aftermath, speculation erupted about Edwin Drood, fans scrambling for rumoured outlines or concluding pages. None definitive surfaced, fueling a realm of Dickensian scholarship dedicated to solving that last riddle. More broadly, critics reappraised Dickens's oeuvre. Some pointed out his sentimentality, others praised his comedic genius, while reformers lauded his crusading lens on poverty. Over time, that kaleidoscopic legacy only broadened. His flair for unforgettable characters, be they cunning or saintly, shaped the global concept of the Victorian novel. Dickens left behind a tangle of personal contradictions, a champion of empathy who was sometimes harsh with intimates, a moral voice who concealed his private entanglements. Yet no one disputed his capacity to conjure life from the page, melding tragic undercurrents with comedic levity in a manner few have replicated. The muddy streets of Victorian London will forever carry his echo, a man whose childhood humiliations birthed compassion for the neglected, whose comedic brilliance coated savage indictments of social inequality, and whose busy pen never ceased describing the complicated labyrinth of the human heart. In the decades following Charles Dickens's death, his stature as a literary titan only grew. Biographers scrambled to gather letters, diaries, and reminiscences, yet they stumbled upon inconsistencies. Dickens had destroyed swathes of correspondence, anxious to mask certain personal affairs. Even his children offered varied perspectives on his moods, praising his creativity but recalling unpredictability at home. Over time, critics assembled a portrait that balanced the beloved national icon with a flawed, restless man. Dickens's cultural influence radiated across continents. Translations of his novels proliferated, from Russian to Japanese. Tolstoy admired how Dickens's pathos uncovered moral truths within daily existence. Meanwhile, in America, Mark Twain cited Dickens's comedic mastery as an inspiration. Stage adaptations thrived. Theatre troupes dramatised Oliver Twist or A Christmas Carol, enthralling audiences who experienced these moral tales live. Eventually, with the emergence of film, Dickens's episodic style lent itself to cinematic versions, hooking new generations on characters like Scrooge and David Copperfield. Yet beneath the general adoration lay deeper debates. In the early 20th century, the modernist movement dismissed Dickens as sentimental and structurally messy, overshadowed by psychological realism from authors like James Joyce. They disdained Dickens's improbable coincidences and stark moral polarities. However, around mid-century, a scholarly reappraisal highlighted the purposeful craft in Dickens's narrative arcs and social critiques. Far from naive, His comedic touches often disguise sharp societal barbs, letting him slip radical criticisms past censors and readers unaccustomed to confrontation. Dickens also shaped philanthropic and social activism. His scathing depiction of workhouses, or the cruelty of child labour, galvanised subsequent reformers. Wilkie Collins, Elizabeth Gaskell, and others in Dickens' circle integrated similar strategies, using fiction to dramatise social injustice. Modern charities focusing on literacy or child welfare sometimes invoke Dickens's name, pointing to the universal empathy that his works evoke. Even today, policy discussions about homelessness or child poverty occasionally mention Dickens as a moral reference, a reminder that ignoring society's vulnerable fosters deeper crises. In the personal realm, revelations about Ellen Ternan emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, shaking Dickens' pristine image. Letters and memoirs indicated he financially supported Ternan, dividing his life between public duties and a hidden domestic arrangement. Some fans felt betrayed that the moralist had lived a double life. Others argued that Dickens' private complexities underscored the raw human contradictions fueling his fiction. The debate paralleled broader shifts in how Victorian icons were reassessed under modern scrutiny. Dickens's method of serial publication also influenced subsequent generations of writers. The concept of releasing stories in weekly or monthly segments, maintaining suspense, and forging a close bond with readers found echoes in everything from 20th century pulp magazines to today's online web serials. The interplay between real-time audience reaction and the writer's evolving plot shaped Dickens's approach. He adjusted character arcs mid-serialization if he sensed a shift in public sympathy. Contemporary authors who experiment with episodic storytelling owe a quiet debt to his pioneering structure. Tourists still flock to Dickensian landmarks in London, the Dickens Museum in Doughty Street, the blacking factory's location near the Thames, and the austere Marshalsea prison relic. At Christmas, especially, people revisit A Christmas Carol, with countless adaptations reinforcing generosity's victory over miserliness. The story's cultural resonance persists because Dickens tapped into elemental themes: regret, redemption, and communal warmth. The name Scrooge remains a byword for stinginess, a testament to Dickens's enduring hold on language itself. Dickens's life is reflected as an illustration of reinvention and unstoppable drive. From a traumatized boy polishing boots to an international celebrity juggling philanthropic causes and labyrinthine plots, he exemplified resilience fueled by moral impetus. Though times have changed, his emphasis on shining a spotlight on the marginalized rings contemporary. We see echoes in campaigns for social justice, echoing Dickens's call for empathy. Ultimately, Charles Dickens stands as both the comedic chronicler of Victorian quirks and the fierce critic of institutional failings. His labyrinthine plots, bursting with eccentric figures, overshadow none of the raw undercurrents of injustice. He remains a puzzle of contradictions, public moralist but private enigma, champion of familial warmth yet fracturer of his home, comedic entertainer yet scathing social commentator. That complexity, rather than undermining his legacy, enriches it. His works endure, reminding us that laughter and compassion can coexist with deep outrage at cruelty, and that a single pen, guided by empathy and irrepressible imagination, can shift how an entire society views itself. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups, but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary, but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December the 16th, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult. let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realizing it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organized the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the South, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmaneuvered Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe. which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated loyalist troops, changed the southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathaniel Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realized the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain, and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal, but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognized U.S. independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years, and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers, and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment, exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting is the hardest. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort. Kronos, driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him. Kronos swallowed each child at birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus' depths, appointing the Hecatoncheires as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Kronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Heracles, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus' ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon, whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens. He fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression, it was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, Boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Heracles. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Metis, the Titaness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Metis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirae, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. Interpreted as endorsement or warning, such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourished that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheavals saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of Titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films, and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Skyfather, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots, Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the Moirai, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognised that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence: grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers. Over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognised a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were stigmatized. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of Gods stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder, from Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment. Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history, and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest faced personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the father of gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, he orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley, but letting affection overshadowed prudence risked scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands, or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Long-time advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary Fischelgruppe who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognise the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition, but Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward, forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Picture this: you wake up on a sweltering July morning and your first instinct is to reach for that blessed thermostat. But imagine just for a moment that there's no thermostat to reach for, no gentle hum of central air, no window unit rattling away like a mechanical cricket. Welcome to the world your great-grandparents knew intimately, a world where summer meant something entirely different than it does for you today. Before 1902, when a young engineer named Willis Carrier first figured out how to control humidity in a Brooklyn printing plant, humans had been dealing with heat the same way for thousands of years. They got creative, they got resourceful, and honestly, they got pretty good at it. You might think they were just sweating it out in misery, but you'd be surprised at how ingenious people became when comfort depended on cleverness rather than electricity bills. Your ancestors didn't just endure the heat, they developed an entire culture around it. They understood their environment in ways we've forgotten, reading the subtle signs of weather changes, knowing exactly which windows to open at what time of day, and timing their daily activities around the sun's path across the sky like choreographers of comfort. Think about your own relationship with heat for a moment. When it's 85 degrees outside, you probably consider that uncomfortably warm. Your great-grandmother would have called that a pleasant day and maybe even worn a light sweater in the morning. The human body's tolerance for temperature was remarkably different when it was regularly exposed to natural variations, much like how your eyes adjust to darkness when you're not constantly staring at bright screens. The pre-air conditioning world operated on rhythms that seem almost mystical to us now. People rose with the sun not because they were more virtuous, but because the coolest part of the day was precious and not to be wasted. They took afternoon naps not out of laziness, but because even the most ambitious person recognized that fighting the peak heat was often futile. Evening activities began later and lasted longer, creating social patterns that persisted well into the night when the air finally offered some relief. Communities were shaped by heat in ways that went far beyond personal comfort. Cities looked different, you'll discover more about this soon, but the social fabric was different too. Neighbours knew each other better, partly because everyone spent more time outside on porches and stoops, seeking whatever breeze might be available. The evening constitutional wasn't just exercise, it was social networking, news sharing and communal heat management all rolled into one pleasant tradition. You've probably noticed how quiet your neighbourhood gets when everyone retreats indoors to their climate-controlled environments. In the pre-AC era, neighbourhoods came alive during the cooler hours. Children played in the streets until well past dark, adults lingered on front porches with glasses of sweet tea or lemonade, and the boundaries between private and public space blurred in the most wonderful ways. Food culture, clothing choices, architectural decisions, work schedules, social gatherings, and even romance. Everything was influenced by the simple fact that when it got hot, you had to deal with it using nothing but human ingenuity and natural resources. Your ancestors became masters of reading air currents, understanding thermal dynamics, and working with nature rather than against it. This isn't a story about how tough people used to be, though they certainly were resourceful. It's about how different life was when humans lived in closer harmony with the natural cycles, when comfort was something you actively created rather than passively consumed. It's about communities that formed around shared challenges and clever solutions that often worked better than our modern brute force approach of simply cranking up the AC and hoping the electric grid holds. As you settle in for this journey through the pre-air conditioning world, you'll discover that our ancestors weren't just surviving the heat, they were thriving in it, creating beauty and comfort and community in ways that might surprise you and maybe even inspire you. So let's step back in time together, when staying cool was an art form, and summer evenings were something people actually look forward to. Your ancestors were essentially climate engineers, and they didn't even know it. Before the advent of HVAC systems, builders were crafting structures that would leave modern energy efficiency experts in awe. They understood something we've largely forgotten, that the right building can be a natural air conditioning system, working with physics rather than against it. Walk through any historic neighbourhood, and you'll notice things that might seem decorative but were actually brilliant cooling strategies. Those deep wraparound porches weren't just for sitting, they were thermal buffer zones, creating shade that kept the sun's heat from ever reaching the main walls of the house. The wide, overhanging eaves you see on older homes weren't architectural flourishes, they were carefully calculated to block the high summer sun while allowing the lower winter sun to warm the interior. Consider the lofty ceilings of old houses, which may seem intimidating to those accustomed to modern 8-foot rooms. Your great-grandparents built those high ceilings because hot air rises, and they wanted it to rise as far away from them as possible. Those ceiling fans you see in historic homes weren't working against the natural convection. They were amplifying it, creating air movement that made 85 degrees feel like a comfortable 75. The most ingenious homes had what we'd now call passive cooling systems built right into their bones. In the south, you'll find houses built on tall piers that allowed air to flow underneath, cooling the floors from below. The famous dog trot houses, with an open breezeway running right through the centre, were essentially wind tunnels that captured every available breeze and funneled it through the living spaces. Your ancestors understood cross-ventilation like meteorologists. They positioned windows not just for light or views, but to create pathways for air to move through the house. They knew that a window on the shaded north side would draw cool air in, while a window on the sunny south side would let hot air escape, creating a natural circulation system that worked as long as there was even the slightest temperature difference between inside and outside. In hot climates, thick walls weren't just for durability, They were thermal mass, absorbing heat during the day and releasing it slowly at night, essentially smoothing out temperature swings. Adobe houses in the southwest could stay remarkably cool during blazing hot days because those thick walls acted like natural batteries, storing and releasing heat on a delayed schedule that favoured human comfort. Colour choices weren't just aesthetic decisions either. Light-coloured roofs and walls reflected heat rather than absorbing it, while strategic use of vegetation created microclimates around homes. Your great-grandmother's rose bushes and climbing vines weren't just pretty, they were living insulation, shading walls and cooling the air through transpiration. The Victorian era brought us some of the most sophisticated natural cooling systems disguised as architectural details. Those cupolas and roof monitors you see on old houses were actually thermal chimneys, designed to pull hot air up and out of the building. The decorative lattice work and fretwork weren't just ornamental, they provided shade while allowing air to flow through, creating natural evaporative cooling. Even urban planning was influenced by the need to stay cool. Cities were laid out with wide streets to allow air circulation, and generous setbacks between buildings prevented them from creating heat islands. Tree-lined streets weren't just beautiful, they were essential infrastructure, providing shade and cooling the air through evaporation. Your ancestors also understood the power of thermal zoning within their homes. The kitchen was often separate from the main house or located in a basement or outbuilding, keeping the heat from cooking fires away from living spaces. Bedrooms were typically on upper floors where breezes were stronger, while daily activities happened in the cooler ground floor rooms during hot weather. They selected the materials based on their cooling properties and aesthetic appeal. Hardwood floors stayed cooler than carpets, high-quality plaster walls had better thermal properties than thin drywall, and natural materials like stone and brick had thermal mass that helped regulate temperature naturally. These weren't just practical decisions, they created homes that were genuinely more comfortable than many modern houses. The constant air movement, the natural temperature regulation, and the connection to outdoor breezes and seasonal changes created living environments that worked with human physiology rather than trying to override it completely. Your great-grandparents' homes breathed in ways that our sealed, climate-controlled boxes simply don't. Your great-grandparents didn't just check the weather. They lived it, breathed it, and planned their entire day around it. They had an intimate relationship with atmospheric conditions that would seem almost supernatural to you now. While you might glance at your phone's weather app and grab an umbrella, they could feel a storm coming in their bones and predict the next day's heat by the way the evening air moved through their hair. The pre-air conditioning day began with what we might call a temperature reconnaissance mission. Before your great-grandmother even got out of bed, she was assessing the thermal situation. Was there still a hint of coolness in the air that could be captured and preserved? Were the windows that had been opened to the night breeze ready to be closed before the sun began its daily assault? This wasn't casual observation, it was a survival strategy disguised as a morning routine. You probably think of your daily schedule as being controlled by work hours, appointments and social obligations. Your ancestors organised their days around the sun's path and the thermometer's climb. The heaviest work, laundry, cooking and cleaning, happened in the early morning hours when the air was still cool and energy levels were high. By the time you settled in for your second cup of coffee, your ancestors had already accomplished what might take you all morning simply because they understood that working with the cool was far more efficient than fighting the heat. Midday brought what we might call the ultimate hibernation. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., when the sun was most merciless, sensible people found shady spots and settled in for activities that required minimal movement. This wasn't laziness, it was physics. Your great-grandfather understood that his body was a heat-generating machine, and adding human-generated warmth to the day's natural furnace was simply poor engineering. The siesta, which we often think of as a quaint foreign custom, was actually brilliant thermal management. While you might power through the afternoon heat with air conditioning and iced coffee, your ancestors recognized that the human body naturally wanted to slow down during the hottest part of the day. They worked with their biology rather than against it, conserving energy for the cooler evening hours when productivity could resume. But here's where it gets interesting. Your ancestors didn't just endure these daily heat cycles, they found genuine pleasure in them. The evening awakening, when temperatures finally began to drop and life resumed its normal pace, was a daily celebration. Imagine the relief and joy of feeling that first cool breeze after hours of stillness, the way evening air felt like silk against skin that had been warm all day. These thermal rhythms also influenced the scheduling of social life. Dinner parties began later, when the air had cooled enough to make cooking and eating pleasant again. Evening visits to neighbours, walks around the community, and outdoor games and activities, all of these began when the sun started its descent and continued well into the night, making the most of every degree of cooling. Your great-grandmother became a master of microclimate management within her own home. She knew which rooms stayed coolest at which times of day, which windows to open to catch the morning breeze, and which ones to close to keep out the afternoon heat. She understood that opening windows on the shady side of the house while closing those on the sunny side created natural air conditioning, pulling cool air through while allowing hot air to escape. The evening ritual of opening up the house was a precise science. As temperatures dropped, windows throughout the home were strategically opened to capture every available breeze and encourage air circulation. Your ancestors could feel the subtle pressure changes that indicated when outdoor air was finally cooler than indoor air, the exact moment when natural ventilation would begin working in their favour rather than against it. They also understood the art of thermal layering in their daily lives. Light, loose clothing during the day could be supplemented with light shawls or wraps as evening breezes picked up. During hot hours, they styled their hair up and off the neck, allowing it to flow freely when the coolness returned. Even the choice of where to sit, which chair to choose, and which side of the porch to favour, all of these decisions were made with thermal comfort in mind. Weather prediction became a survival skill. Your great-grandfather could read cloud formations, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure changes like you read traffic signs. A shift in wind direction might mean relief was coming. Certain cloud formations promised afternoon thunderstorms that would break the heat. The behaviour of animals and the feel of the air provided advance warning of weather changes that could affect the day's comfort level. This daily dance with weather created a rhythm of life that was deeply connected to natural cycles, where human activity flowed with environmental conditions rather than trying to dominate them. Heat had a way of bringing people together that our climate-controlled world has largely forgotten. When staying cool required community effort and shared wisdom, social bonds formed around the simple necessity of surviving summer. Your great-grandparents didn't just endure the heat alone, they created entire social systems around managing it together, turning what could have been individual misery into collective comfort and even joy. The front porch served as more than just an architectural feature, it served as the hub of the community's cooling culture. While you might spend your evenings inside watching television in air-conditioned comfort, your ancestors gathered on porches as the sun went down, creating informal networks of conversation, shared cooling strategies, and mutual support. These weren't planned social events, they were spontaneous communities that formed wherever people could catch a breeze and share the relief of cooling air. Imagine a summer evening in your great-grandmother's neighbourhood. As temperatures finally began to drop, porch lights would flicker on and rocking chairs would creak into motion. Children would emerge from houses like flowers opening to cooler air, beginning games of tag and hide-and-seek that could continue safely in the gathering dusk. Adults would settle into conversations that meandered like the evening breeze itself, unhurried and comfortable. These porch communities shared more than just evening air. They exchanged cooling wisdom like valuable currency. Your great-aunt might share her secret for keeping bedsheets cool, hint it involved strategic folding and placement, while your neighbour would demonstrate his technique for creating cross breezes using strategically placed fans and open windows. Cooling knowledge was community knowledge, passed down through informal networks of neighbours who understood that everyone's comfort depended on shared intelligence. The evening constitutional, that leisurely walk through the neighbourhood that seems so old-fashioned now, was actually sophisticated heat management disguised as socialising. Your great-grandparents understood that moving slowly through cooling air was more refreshing than sitting still, and that community walks created opportunities for air circulation around their bodies while maintaining social connections. These walks weren't exercise in the modern sense, they were communal cooling therapy. Churches, schools, and community centres became cooling sanctuaries during the most brutal heat. Not because they had air conditioning, they didn't, but because they were designed with high ceilings, large windows, and architectural features that promoted air circulation. More importantly, they offered the psychological comfort of shared experience. Suffering through heat alone felt overwhelming. Enduring it as part of a community made it manageable, and even meaningful. Your ancestors created social rituals around heat relief that sound almost magical now. Ice cream socials weren't just sweet treats, they were community cooling events where shared cold provided both physical and psychological relief. Picnics were carefully planned for shady spots near water, where evaporation and tree cover created natural cooling zones. Swimming holes became social centres, not just for recreation, but as genuine relief stations where entire communities could find respite together. The sharing economy existed long before we had a name for it, especially when it came to pooling resources. Families with ice would share with neighbours whose ice had melted. Those fortunate enough to have deeper wells with cooler water would fill jugs for families whose wells ran warm. When electric fans became available, people borrowed and shared them like precious commodities. Community ice houses weren't just commercial enterprises, they were essential social infrastructure. Evening entertainment adapted to take advantage of cooling air and community gathering. Band concerts in the park weren't just cultural events, they were mass cooling therapy sessions where hundreds of people could gather in open spaces designed to capture evening breezes. Outdoor theatres, garden parties and community festivals all took advantage of the natural cooling that happened when the sun went down and people came together in open spaces. Children's play adapted to heat in ways that created their own social cooling systems. Games moved to shaded areas during the day and resumed in full energy as evening approached. Jump rope, hopscotch and tag became evening activities when the air was finally cool enough for active play. Swimming wasn't just recreation, it was essential cooling that happened in community, with neighbourhood swimming holes becoming social centres where entire families gathered for relief and fellowship. Your great-grandparents also understood that shared meals during hot weather required different social arrangements. Early in the morning or late in the evening, when temperatures were bearable, heavy cooking took place. Community kitchens, often outdoor spaces with good ventilation, became gathering places where the heat of cooking could be shared and managed collectively, rather than making individual homes unbearable. The social side of staying cool created bonds that extended far beyond summer heat. Neighbours who shared cooling strategies, families who gathered for evening porch conversations, communities that came together in cooling spaces, these relationships persisted year-round, creating social fabric that was strengthened by the shared challenge of managing summer heat together. Your great-grandfather's workday was unlike yours, with heat acting as an invisible choreographer guiding every step. While you might complain about a slightly warm office or adjust the thermostat a degree or two, he organised his entire professional life around the reality that work had to happen in whatever temperature nature provided. Managing temperature wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about survival, productivity, and creating sustainable rhythms that could last a lifetime. The agricultural world, where most of your ancestors likely spent their working lives, operated on what we might call thermal scheduling. Farmers weren't early risers because they were more virtuous than you, they were thermal strategists. The period between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. represented precious hours when both air temperature and energy levels favoured productive work. Your great-grandfather could accomplish more in those cool morning hours than in twice as much time during the heat of midday. Harvest time reveals the sophisticated heat management strategies your ancestors developed. Grain cutting, haymaking and fruit picking weren't scheduled by calendar convenience but by the intersection of crop readiness and thermal reality. Work crews would start before dawn, race against the climbing sun and take extended midday breaks that weren't laziness but practical physics. The afternoon shift would resume only when shadows grew long and air began to cool. Indoor work adapted to heat with equal sophistication. Your great-grandmother's kitchen operated on thermal logic that would impress modern efficiency experts. Bread baking happened in the early morning, using retained heat for multiple batches before the day became unbearable. Canning and preserving, essential work that unfortunately generated lots of heat, was scheduled for the coolest days available or done in outdoor kitchens that kept the heat away from living spaces. Laundry day was perhaps the most thermally challenging work your ancestors faced. Heating water, boiling clothes, and using hot irons could turn a house into a furnace. Smart housekeepers developed strategies that sound almost military in their precision, heating water outdoors when possible, doing washing in early morning or late evening, and saving ironing for the coolest days. Some families even had separate wash houses, small buildings dedicated to heat-generating work that kept the main house comfortable. Professional work adapted to heat in ways that shaped entire industries. Blacksmiths and metalworkers, who dealt with extreme heat as part of their craft, developed techniques for managing both the heat of their forges and the ambient heat of summer. They worked shorter shifts during hot weather, started earlier and took longer breaks. Their shops were designed with sophisticated ventilation systems that would impress modern industrial engineers. The concept of the workday itself was more flexible into the pre-air conditioning era. During the hottest weeks of summer, many businesses would close during midday hours and reopen in the evening, staying open later to take advantage of cooler air. Such behaviour wasn't vacation, it was thermal adaptation that actually increased productivity by working with natural cycles rather than against them. Your ancestors understood something we've largely forgotten, that human performance varies dramatically with temperature, and fighting this reality is less efficient than adapting to it. Thermal comfort significantly affects cognitive function, physical endurance, and even mood, as modern research confirms their intuitive understanding. They scheduled demanding mental work for cool hours and saved routine tasks for times when heat made concentration difficult. Rest wasn't just the absence of work, it was active heat management. The afternoon siesta, which we often dismiss as laziness, was actually a sophisticated recovery strategy. Your great-grandparents understood that forcing the body to maintain high activity levels during the peak heat created fatigue that would affect productivity for the rest of the day. By resting during the hottest hours, they preserved energy for evening work when conditions improved. Sleep itself required thermal strategy. Your great-grandmother didn't just go to bed. She prepared for sleep with the same attention to cooling that you might give to adjusting your thermostat. Beds were positioned to catch evening breezes, bedrooms were open to night air, and even sleep schedules shifted with the seasons. Summer bedtimes were later, taking advantage of cooler evening hours, while wake times were earlier to capture the cool of dawn. The social aspects of work also adapted to heat. Quilting bees, barn raisings, and community work projects were scheduled for cooler weather when possible, or organised to take advantage of shared cooling strategies. Group work meant shared cooling wisdom. Someone always knew which areas stayed coolest, when breezes were strongest, or how to organise tasks to minimise heat generation. Your ancestors developed what we might call thermal efficiency, the ability to accomplish necessary work while generating and absorbing the least possible heat. Such efficiency wasn't just about personal comfort, it was about sustainable productivity that could be maintained throughout long, hot summers without exhaustion or heat-related illness. Your great-grandmother's wardrobe wasn't just about looking proper, it was an engineering marvel designed to make summer heat bearable while maintaining social respectability. Every fabric choice, every style decision, and every accessory served a dual purpose, keeping cool and looking appropriate. While you might throw on shorts and a t-shirt for hot weather, she had to work within social expectations that required much more coverage, making her cooling strategies far more sophisticated than yours. The fabrics your ancestors chose reveal their profound understanding of thermal properties. Linen, cotton, and other natural fibres weren't selected just because synthetic materials didn't exist. They were chosen because they breathed, absorbed moisture, and allowed air circulation in ways that kept the body cooler. Your great-grandmother knew that loose-weave fabrics created tiny air pockets that insulated against heat, while tight weaves trapped hot air against the skin. Colour science played a crucial role in pre-air conditioning fashion. Light colours weren't just fashionable in summer, they were essential technology, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. Your great-grandmother's white cotton dresses, light-coloured parasols, and pale summer hats were essentially wearable cooling systems that modern research has confirmed as remarkably effective heat management. The layering strategies your ancestors developed would impress modern outdoor gear designers. They understood that multiple light layers could be adjusted throughout the day as temperatures changed, allowing for fine-tuned thermal control. A light chemise, followed by a cotton dress, topped with a removable shawl or jacket, created a flexible system that could adapt to morning coolness, midday heat, and evening breezes. Your great-grandfather's summer work clothes tell their own cooling story. Those loose overalls weren't just practical for farm work, they allowed air circulation around the body while protecting skin from the sun. The wide-brimmed hats that seemed purely functional were actually sophisticated cooling devices, creating portable shade while allowing heat to escape from the head. Even suspenders served a cooling purpose, holding the pants away from the body to allow air circulation. Hairstyling in the pre-air conditioning era was as much about temperature management as it was about fashion. Your great-grandmother's elaborate updos weren't just decorative, they lifted hair off the neck and allowed air to circulate around one of the body's most effective cooling zones. Those intricate braids and buns that look so complicated in old photographs were actually practical cooling technology disguised as beauty routines. Undergarments of the era reveal the sophisticated understanding your ancestors had of thermal regulation. While the idea of corsets and multiple petticoats might seem stifling to you, these garments were designed to create air pockets and allow circulation while maintaining the silhouette that social expectations demanded. Summer undergarments were made from the lightest possible materials and designed to wick moisture away from the body. Thermal reality completely shaped food culture in the pre-air conditioning era. Your great-grandmother didn't avoid using the oven in summer because she was trying to save energy. She avoided it because heating the kitchen could make the entire house unbearable for days. Summer menus were essentially cooling strategies disguised as meals. Cold soups, fresh salads, and uncooked foods weren't just refreshing, they were thermal management. Your ancestors understood that digestion itself generates body heat, so summer meals were lighter, easier to digest, and required less internal energy to process. Those elaborate cold salads and chilled soups that seem so elegant in old cookbooks were actually sophisticated cooling technology. Preservation methods adapted to heat in ingenious ways. Root cellars, spring houses, and ice houses weren't just food storage, they were community cooling infrastructure. Your great-grandmother might plan her weekly menu around what could be stored without generating heat, what could be prepared without cooking, and what would actually help cool the body from the inside. Beverages became medicine in the pre-air conditioning world. Sweet tea, lemonade, and other cooling drinks weren't just refreshments, they were thermal therapy. Your ancestors understood that certain ingredients could actually help the body cool itself, while others would make heat worse. Mint, cucumber, and citrus served not only as flavouring but also as internal cooling agents. Even social dining adapted to heat management. Summer entertaining moved outdoors not just for ambiance but for thermal practicality. Garden parties, picnics, and outdoor dining took advantage of breezes and shade while keeping the heat-generating cooking activities away from living spaces. Your great-grandmother's summer dinner parties were carefully choreographed to minimise heat generation while maximising cooling opportunities. The timing of meals shifted with thermal reality. Breakfast might be substantial, taking advantage of cool morning air for cooking and eating. Lunch became lighter and simpler, while dinner was often delayed until evening, when both cooking and eating could happen in more comfortable temperatures. Your ancestors didn't eat by the clock, they ate by the thermometer. These weren't just survival strategies, they created a culture of elegance and sophistication that worked within natural limits rather than trying to overcome them. Your great-grandmother managed to stay cool, look beautiful, and maintain social standards without ever touching a thermostat, creating a lifestyle that was both practical and genuinely stylish. As you settle into your climate-controlled bedroom tonight, consider how different your great-grandparents' relationship with sleep was during the sweltering summer months. Night wasn't just a time for rest. It was the daily reward for surviving another day of heat, a precious opportunity to cool down, recharge, and prepare for whatever thermal challenges tomorrow might bring. The evening hours held a special magic that our artificially cooled world has largely forgotten. The transition from day to night was something your ancestors savoured like wine. As the sun finally began its descent, the entire household would shift into evening mode with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra. Windows that had been strategically closed during the heat of the day would begin opening in careful sequence, each one positioned to catch the first hint of cooling air and encourage it to flow through the house. Your great-grandmother had an intimate knowledge of her home's thermal personality. She knew which windows to open first to create the gentle suction that would pull hot air out while drawing cooler air in. She understood the exact moment when the outdoor temperature dropped below the indoor temperature, the magical threshold when natural ventilation changed from liability to blessing. This wasn't guesswork. It was science learned through years of paying attention to the subtle signals that told her when relief was finally available. The bedroom preparation rituals of the pre-air conditioning era would seem elaborate to you now, but they were essential technology for achieving comfortable sleep. Beds were positioned not just for convenience, but to catch every available breeze. Your great-grandfather might move the entire bed closer to windows during heat waves, transforming the bedroom layout to take advantage of night air movement. Bedding became a crucial element in thermal management. Heavy quilts and comforters were stored away for the summer, replaced by lightweight cotton sheets that could breathe with the sleeper. Some families had special summer sheets made from linen or cotton, so fine it was almost like sleeping under woven air. Pillows were swapped for thinner versions, and even mattresses might be replaced with lighter alternatives that didn't trap and hold body heat throughout the night. The evening cooling routine extended beyond just opening windows. Your great-grandmother might take a cool bath or splash cold water on her wrists and neck. Areas where blood vessels are close to the surface and cooling them could affect the entire body's temperature. Hair that had been pinned up all day would be brushed out and arranged to allow maximum air circulation around the neck and head during sleep. Children's bedtime routines were especially adapted to heat management. Lightweight cotton nightgowns replaced heavier sleepwear, and children might sleep with damp washcloths on their foreheads or arms. Some parents would lightly dampen sheets with cool water, creating evaporative cooling that could make the difference between restful sleep and a night of tossing and turning. For families fortunate enough to have multiple sleeping spaces, summer brought strategic relocations. Sleeping porches, screened areas that were essentially outdoor bedrooms, became havens during the hottest weeks. Upper floors, which were stifling during the day, might become comfortable at night when breezes were stronger at higher elevations. Some families would move mattresses to the coolest rooms in the house or even outdoors under mosquito netting when heat became truly unbearable. The sounds of summer nights were different in the pre-air conditioning era. Instead of the constant hum of climate control systems, your great-grandparents fell asleep to the natural symphony of cooling air, the whisper of breezes through window screens, the gentle creak of settling houses as temperatures dropped, and the distant conversations of neighbours also seeking relief on their porches and in their yards. Night work took on special significance during hot spells. Tasks that generated heat during the day could be accomplished in the blessed coolness of evening and early morning hours. Your great-grandmother might do her ironing by lamplight, taking advantage of temperatures that made the additional heat bearable. Baking for the next day could happen in the pre-dawn hours when ovens wouldn't turn kitchens into furnaces. The social aspects of cooling extended into the night as well. Neighbours might visit each other's cooling spots. Perhaps one family had a better cross breeze while another had a deeper well with cooler water for late evening refreshment. These evening gatherings weren't formal social events but spontaneous communities of relief, where shared cooling strategies and mutual support made the heat more bearable for everyone. Dawn brought its rituals in the pre-air conditioning world. Your great-grandfather would rise early not just to get work done before the heat returned, but to savour those precious hours when the air was actually cool. The morning routine included assessing the day's thermal prospects, checking cloud cover, feeling the air for humidity, and making strategic decisions about how to capture and preserve the coolness for as long as possible. The cycle would begin again. Windows that had been opened to night air would be strategically closed as temperatures began to rise. Curtains would be drawn to block the sun's heat, and the daily dance with temperature would resume. But those hours of relief, that nightly promise of cooling air and comfortable sleep, made it all bearable and even beautiful. Your ancestors didn't just survive the heat, they created lives of grace and comfort within natural limits that required wisdom, patience, and community. They understood something we're still learning, that working with natural cycles rather than against them can create not just sustainability, but genuine contentment. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your climate-controlled comfort, you might just dream of summer evenings when cool air was a gift to be savoured, and relief was something earned through the simple passage of time and the reliable promise that every hot day eventually surrenders to the cooling mercy of night.